Hi. Sorry, I just sent my stream to the wrong fucking thing. I've never done that before. Whoops. Hopefully that didn't cause too many problems. I just sent my restream to the stream from yesterday. But I think we're good. How are you guys? Navalny is dead. Oh no. The Russian dude. Oh, he actually is dead. Okay. He's a critic of Putin. Oh no. Uh-oh. At 47. Damn. They lost Coach Red Pill. We lose Navalny. Wife in Munich. I didn't know this. Criticizing Putin's not good for your health. No, apparently not. This is new. The fuck? Was it confirmed that Coach Red Pill is dead? I'm pretty sure it was. Wasn't it the Ukrainian who said he died of pneumonia or some shit? He was held in a fucking penal colony in the Arctic. Rip. That's not good. Siberia. Jailed over corruption charges. Apparently stole 3.5 million in donations. Found guilty. There's a thing here saying why he was such a thorn in Russia's side. Let me see. Why was he Putin's greatest antagonist? I don't know. Fuck. Sunday called you an IDF spokesman. Where? 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 On a stream or in a segment? Where? I want to see. I want to see that. Okay, let's see. Does he doesn't keep his stream VODs up though, does he? Where is he saying this? Stop saying his channel. His channel's fucking huge. There are so many videos in his channel. Is it here? Hang on. Is it on the most recent VOD? Or is it on the stream? Oh. I've been mentioned once. Just watch all his content.
I would assume based on audience size. Probably pretty
than everybody else. What did he mean by that? Do you know?
Well, I would presume he means that the amount they're contracted for is higher than the smaller streamers. So maybe there's
based on.
Well, I would assume based on audience size. Probably pretty arbitrarily. Like it's probably they just thought, ooh, Lonerbox won't accept any less than. But Wick, we can give Wick $1,000 because what's he gonna do otherwise?
I don't know. That's nothing. I'm literally just fucking name searching a President Sunday VOD. What's the point in this? You can show me a clip. I don't care otherwise. Okay. What did this guy do to antagonize Putin? 2007, owing to his savvy use of social media in the form of a blog. Damn, remember when people feared the blogs? Alexei Navalny gains prominence by documenting his investment in state owned oil companies in search of evidence of corruption. Shortly after, he was expelled from the Liberal opposition party, Yabloko, for taking part in nationalist activities. Oh. Alexei's anti-corruption foundation has amassed a sizable following exposing the riches of Kremlin elites. Later that year, he becomes a key leader of election protest after Putin's United Russia Party wins the vote despite the Kremlin's campaign being marred by allegations of fraud. July 2013. Arrested on embezzlement charges, accused by the Russian government of fraud amounting to 16 million rubles, $500,000, he denies the charges. A bid to become Moscow's mayor sees Navalny finish in second place with strong support to Kremlin-backed Sergei Sobyanin. Okay. Five years later, his presence continues to disrupt Putin's idealized Russia as he attempts to run for president. However, Putin bans his run, citing Navalny's embezzlement conviction. Despite Navalny urging Russians to boycott the vote, Putin goes on to win a fourth term. Navalny is hospitalized in Siberia and placed in a medically induced coma after losing consciousness during a flight. Tests show he was poisoned by Novichok, a nerve agent commonly used in the Soviet era. The Kremlin denies being responsible for the attack. Returning to Moscow, Navalny is detained at the airport. Thousands of people demonstrate across Russia for his release. February 2021, Alexei is handed a 2.5-year sentence for breaching the conditions of his suspended sentence while recuperating in Germany, sent to a penal colony. Damn. Sentence increased to 9 years after conviction of new charges of embezzlement and contempt of court. 19 years at a special regime facility added on to charges of extremism. He went missing for 2 weeks in December 2023. Located in the penal colony in the North Arctic. Today he died in prison. Penile colony. Hey, nice one, Dahlia. Good one. Get fucked. All right. I don't know. Not good then, I would say. Not good. What's Mr. Blinken saying? Rot at the heart of the system. Hearts go out to wife and family. So he started off as a blogger. Looking for corruption in state-owned oil companies. And a blogger exposing Kremlin election fraud in 2011. This was when Putin made his big turn against the United States. And some people theorize it's because he wanted to divert attention away from his local and domestic shortcomings and focus them on international enemies like the United States, namely. This could be you someday. What? A blogger who gets jailed for being too dangerous? Based. Fuck knows, man. I need to grab a segment from yesterday, actually. I've decided we need to be a little... Wait, what the... Hang on. My Twitch stream actually on? Yeah, it is. There's 24 wankers there. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I need to grab my VOD from yesterday. Content. If you get jailed, the bauxite movement will crumble. Oh no. Cringe. All right, let's see. Where did it start? Oh god, it's gonna be difficult to find actually. I see chat dudes now and they don't like Vosh, so I don't know. Oh, I went away. Moog plugin from Universal.
Now, since then,
Okay, I watched this and then bullshit from where is it? Can alleviate the burdens of life. Love. Oh, I read this article, then I did it. So you don't get lumped in. What? Oh, is it here?
Oh boy.
Really is this bad? Okay, no. It's about the Vosh stuff. No, I probably will in a moment. Okay. uh, with anyone. Fuck. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like throw myself into the fucking battlefield or whatever, the no man's land, but okay, takes. I don't know. At the end of the day, all right. Vosh has always been really good to me. I'm not gonna get lumped in with anyone. Fuck. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like throw myself into the fucking battlefield or whatever, the no man's land, but 30520 basically. Okay. Huh. Why did it do that? Man's land, but which one of the share link? Okay, why does it take me off? That's so cringe. Why did it do that? It's so dumb. Um, all right. Just have your editor use stature and they'll have the VODs as soon as they're done streaming. Okay, I'll think about that. What the fuck is that? Stature? Desktop app. Does that give it to me or them though? What the fuck is this? How does this work? Stasher. So when they watch the stream, they get it, or they can just click the video and then it'll turn it into a what? How does it work? Ah! You'll DM me. Okay. Crop videos into clips. Cool. Soy. Do I have to download it or do they? Oh. Who knows? It's all pretty wild out here. This new tech. Because, yeah, I think me and the editor right now, me and Oliver working quite hard to... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's a VOD going up right now. What the... Wait, what happened to this live segment? What the fuck? Okay, that's not good. That can fuck off. Private. Fuck off. Die. That was an accident, that upload. All right. Have you read that insane article about the financial advice columnist who got scammed? No? What happened there? Okay, so we have a VOD going up now. That's cool. Now you can send me stuff in stream suggestions because I was also just gonna be reading today. I was just gonna do a good bit of reading, answer some questions that I had burning, and then fuck off. I maybe also have a traveling Israel video that people want me to watch. I don't know why I'm still laboring on that fucking dishonest cunt, but like, well, watch it anyway. Maybe, I don't know. It's this video about why there shouldn't be a Palestinian state, and I guess he's just going to say security, but also not going to say what we should do instead because Israel always has to be the good guy. We can never do anything bad. That's probably the idea. Anyway, Destiny and Lav had an interaction. Wow, that's good news. Where? I'll do it. Amazon. Gistical stream first. Is it JStock or Gistical? I think it's JStock. Because it's spelled that way. First 45 minutes. As in for the first 45 minutes or just... Maruzzi, what's this? What did you send?
Volunteers? All
Wait,
right. Well, I
volunteers for
guess
what? Where's
for,
my
for,
drawing?
for this nonsense, your drawing, it's coming.
Okay.
I got to finish Lav's work for it. She was not happy when she saw me working on.
She was
pictures.
not. She was pissed at you.
No.
I'm back, by the way.
What is this stream? What do these guys do? Do they just... What do they do? They just stir the pot. Okay. Shall I come off Twitch and then go back? Oh.
For a long time.
This is a don't vote video from 20 hours ago. Okay, actually, what the fuck do I want to watch first? All right, do I want to watch the don't vote video or the logistical video in Lav or oh god? They sit around and discuss drama, and don't they try to like bait it? Yeah, the drama containment pod. Oh god, someone's got to do it, eh? So we've got this guy Zexizi saying don't vote. Okay. We'll maybe talk about that. Who knows? We do have our list of democratic achievements now, so. I love a don't vote video. Don't make YouTube videos. Let me see. The video made you so mad you wrote an angry comment and it got deleted. Remember deleted remember like angry comments can get deleted by YouTube. Didn't use a single slur. All right, let's do that first. All right, we'll do that first. Fuck. So this is a YouTuber called Zexizi, who I actually used to watch way back in the day. when he did videos shitting on Jordan Peterson and especially Jordan Peterson's takes on Marxism, because this guy actually knows like one or two things about Marxism. I think actually, if you look really deep in my DMs on Twitter, I'm pretty sure I sent this guy a message when I started my channel saying, "Hey, I like your stuff. Do you want to check out my channel?" Yeah. But he's making a video called "Don't Vote." Okay. Don't vote. Let's hear it.
For a long time, I've made efforts to separate myself from the stereotypically far left position of condemning voting. I've admitted that voting doesn't take long. It's fine to encourage somebody to vote who might not otherwise, and that generally there is a meaningful difference between the two major parties in the US and the UK. My skepticism around voting has come from the inclination of various leftists to put their full organizational weight behind liberal candidates like Biden or Stanmer, and end up being subsumed into these parties that hate us and our beliefs and leave our own goals unpursued. Ultimately, though, I'm still arguing for a position of balance rather than outright condemnation. That being said, I believe recent developments have left this analysis obsolete, and that radicalism must now take a much more ruthless position to keep up with the changing consciousness of the wider public. The ongoing genocide in Gaza has led to a
I guess he's just priming us for something, so I guess we'll just let him carry on before making any quick judgments. He's actually really good, or another spineless Hamas condemner. Okay. Okay. Just, you were around yesterday. You're kind of stupid and annoying. Let's just give you 24 hours. Okay, there we go. Bye-bye. Okay. We're watching a video. Also, yeah, when we say ruthless, that's implying that this not voting thing is going to get replaced by something pretty world-shaking, especially since we're talking about far left people here, I'd imagine. They are not a very well-represented group in America. Whilst the Republicans are able to get 60 to 70% of their voters to basically abandon democracy in aid of far-right populism, they can do that. The left have like the squad, and half of the squad have moderated since they came into power. And they're only like, what, 4, 5, 6, 7 people? So I'm just saying, you know, we have very limited political capital here as far left people for engaging in ruthlessness or whatever. And the UK, it's kind of the same.
noticeable shift in attitudes in liberals and leftists alike across the West. We've had to watch as our political leaders march lockstep with Israel's brazen attempts to displace Palestinian people with no outlet for resistance in conventional politics. And then with the elections in the US and the UK coming up this year, this is naturally leading people to question whether or not these genocide enablers even deserve our votes to begin with. And then from there, especially in the US, you've had the typical discourses of harm reduction and lesser evil voting spin up too.
When they talk about leaving people to question the, as far as I know, in the UK, when you compared to how Corbyn was doing, Labour just won 2 more by-elections with pretty massive shifts in voting. The Conservatives have lost their voters basically to either, some of them have gone to the far right, like the Reform UK, and the others have gone to Labour. So the splintering there is pretty big, but I mean, it seems to be the case. It's not like people waking up to the fact that lesser of two evils is useless or whatever. No, it's like people are moving either further right and the other ones to Labour, to centre left or centre, right? Like I don't know if you've seen the polling in the UK. The Conservatives are so fucked. They are so fucked. But also, the fact that more people went to Labour than to Reform is quite encouraging. Because again, if you're talking about the leftists and the radical people on the left abandoning Labour, well, where are these leftover Tory votes going to go otherwise? They're going to go to Reform. And Reform are far more scary than the Tories are. So, okay.
Today then, I want to make the case explicitly against voting as the strongest strategy that the left currently has available. Now, because my usual video production process apparently takes months or even years now, I'm slapping this together at a much lower production quality, just so I can get it out while it still has some relevancy. For anyone wondering, I am also working on a much longer, much fancier video on the side, but that's still a bit off from here. So. I just realized my neck is purple because my floor LED is on and it's too late to turn it off, so if you're wondering, I'm not diseased, that's just why. So the key observation of the current moment is that the rejection to vote is the most effective path towards radicalization. Due to being presented a choice between different genocide enablers, a shift in attitude against voting has taken place for many younger liberals and leftists alike, with the previously unthinkable of not voting for anybody being taken seriously.
This is so cringe. If we're even talking about Gaza, or foreign policy in general, the difference between, like, say, Trump and Biden is pretty fucking large. We talk about genocide. This is the problem with lumping so many different policies and different military approaches and just calling it all genocide. Because I've said this before, I don't doubt that people like Netanyahu or the more right-wing people like Gallant and all that in the Israeli government are sitting there being like, are getting very frustrated with the lack of progress or like dead soldiers or the lack of getting their hostages back, and probably once or twice have slammed their desks on the table being like, if only we could just like all the Gazans. Like, yeah, that's probably happened. But I would imagine if I was someone like Smotrich or Ben Gvir and I was trying to make the case to actually do that, well, you could actually say they could make a pretty convincing case to be like, you know what, Israel's occupying Gaza more or less fully now. Like, we're going to Rafah, like the last place before the border. They could theoretically just actually go door to door, round everyone up, blindfold them, and stick them in front of a big hole, shoot them, and dump them in it. And their critics would call that, like, they could do that in the hundreds of thousands in the space of maybe a few days, or just carpet bomb like Dresden style. They could do that, and the people who are criticizing them would call that exactly the same thing they're calling it now. They would also call it the exact same thing that they've been calling what's been happening to Palestinians for the last 75 years. Because the people who say genocide's happening now, not all of them, but a good number of them, especially like very far left people, have been describing what's been happening in Gaza or the territories as a whole as genocide since 1948. It was a genocide when fucking Jordan was in the West Bank and Egypt had Gaza. That was a genocide as well, right? It was a genocide when Israel occupied Gaza and the West Bank in 48, and when, like, I guess, like, settlements were expanding and people had like work permits and shit like that, and there was like there were clashes every now and then where a few hundred people would die. That was genocide as well. Like, it's always been that. So, and it really mars the difference between someone like Trump and Biden. I'll give you one very specific example. Yoav Gallant, who is a very hawkish Israeli military guy, probably one of the more hawkish ones, was very seriously considering preemptive strikes on Hezbollah after October 7th, like right after, like just nipping them in the bud right away, which, if you know anything about Israeli history, when Israel tries to destroy Hezbollah, that actually goes really badly for them. That's one of the most humiliating defeats they've ever had in their entire history, was in 2006 when they tried to wipe out fucking Hezbollah. It's a really that was when they did it, when it was just Israel and Hezbollah. Now people wanted to do it when they've got Hamas at the other side, like on two fronts. They want to do it then. That's a horrible idea. And they also want to do it just after experiencing the worst security failure in Israeli history. Like, that would have been a disaster. It wouldn't have been necessarily like a disaster for like massive loss of Israeli life, but it would have been a massive loss of Lebanese life. Absolutely. Because in the attempts for Israel to take out Hezbollah, last time they did that, like 1 million people were displaced, a few thousand people died. They would do that again. And in part, and this is why, in part, that move was stopped because of reassurances given by Biden, because Biden quite sharply decided to put aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean to say that we will be the deterrent to Hezbollah. If Hezbollah escalates, that's America getting involved, okay? And then that seems to have worked out pretty much as they said it would. The number of civilians, when I last read, the number of civilians who were killed by Hezbollah strikes since October 7th is lower than the number of speeches Nasrallah has given since October 7th. It's pretty low. Hezbollah have done not that much, and they don't seem to want to do that much. That's why they've shied away from declaring war. That's why the kind of it seems to be more what they're doing now is just doing just enough to make it look like they're doing something, and really focusing more on rhetoric and propaganda videos. If Trump were there, do you think Trump would have exercised the same level of calculation and restraint? Well, maybe he would have, but we don't know. We don't know what he would have done. He might have actually encouraged a full-scale war with Hezbollah because he likes to be the strong man. He might have tried to get involved himself. What did he do when it came to Syria? If we're talking about genocide and all that, what happened to the Kurds after Trump abandoned them? The Kurds basically helped the United States take out ISIS. They put their fucking own people right on the front and into the thick of it with ISIS. And Trump just one day, I guess because he like read an article or just woke, or I guess his fucking chicken nuggies were too cold that morning, and he decided to pull America away and abandon them to the Kurds, to the Turks. And that's not even to mention the fact that he is basically almost guaranteed to abandon Ukraine if he gets into power there. And all these things where Biden is like currently having like fallouts with Netanyahu, or trying to put pressure for humanitarian aid corridors or things like that, or sanctioning the settlers. Like finally, after Huara, like over a year after Huara, like finally we've got sanctions against the settlers who led those riots. Yeah, would we have got any of this from Trump? But yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, because as far as we're talking about categorizing, those details don't matter. They're two genocide enablers, and that's it. Like, fuck, it's so dumb. Anyway.
What's special about this is that not voting is a fundamentally illogical, nonsensical position, yet despite this, people are being drawn to it anyway. This is because in a political landscape such as ours, still mired in capitalist realism, where alternatives can scarcely be imagined, let alone be made feasible, resistance can often manifest as a desire to reject society altogether. In a sense, the only response to a world in which revolution or even reform feel hopelessly out of grasp is to simply declare, I cannot imagine a new future, but I don't need one to reject the present existence anyway. The urge not to vote is one such instance of a blind resistance. The desire to escape the perpetual dilemma of lesser evilism by rejecting its premise outright. This desire is, again, raw, it's base, it's unrefined, it's often ill thought out, but this is exactly what defines it as a complete rejection of existing society. Because in rejecting these systems, we also reject their rules, their internal logic, and their entire framework of what makes sense. While those who subscribe to the logic of existing superstructures, our political systems and the electoral process, will insist on how simple and obvious just voting is, that can't change the fact that
I always notice when I see these kind of like far left theory videos, it's not like, yeah, like the kind of theory crafting videos, is it always seems like there are little factoids that are thrown in there that are just kind of taken for granted and assumed to be true, even though when you keep saying, for example, a growing number of people are realizing that this lesser of two evils is worth rejecting, or a growing number of people are opting out of the democratic system, where is the evidence of that? Like, as far as I know, 2020 was the highest youth vote turnout in American history. It was the highest in American history. It's actually, arguably, quite possibly, the reason that Biden won was to the youth vote. And when you look at like voter turnout in America here as a share of population, like where is this increasing rejection of the democratic system? It seems pretty consistent. What about UK? Voter turnout over time. I feel like this is such a, I remember reading this quote from Zizek. He's having an interview, and I don't remember what he said, but someone challenged him on like an empirical thing. And I think Zizek just kind of half jokingly says, I'm a good Hegelian. If you have a good theory, you don't need empirical data. I'm like, it just seems like, yeah. I just call it a Hegelian thing to just, you start with your theory and then just assume the little facts along the way and just hope no one notices. Because I see it happening so often. Yeah, I don't know.
desire not to vote is a seed by which a radical desire to change society can grow. Once
Oh, this is 1918 to 2019. So apparently voter turnout is not so hot in the UK. It actually dropped during the Corbyn years, which is interesting. What's up with it? Still, even since 2001, though, since 9/11, we've got like a little... I don't even know what trend we're looking at here. New Labour. Uh-oh. The drop is... Oh, it's 92, actually. So it's under Conservatives. But the big drop is post-New Labour. But then it goes up again after the Iraq War. And then... Oh, no, Brexit referendum, this is an anomaly. This is a referendum. So we're actually looking at it rising from 2015 to 2017. So it actually rose... Because I'm just talking about general elections. Fuck the Brexit referendum. If we're looking at just general elections, turnout has been up since 2001. It's been climbing back up since 2001. And it actually only dropped when Corbyn was an option. It dropped in Corbyn v. Boris. You would think that this was actually when the most feasibly revolutionary candidate was on the ticket, and I guess turnout kept going up in 2017 because it was Corbyn as well, but then when it was Corbyn and Boris, it dropped again. So I don't know if socialism definitely didn't save voter turnout in the UK.
rejection bursts to the surface, an incredibly effective path to radicalize these people is to take those base feelings and turn them into a cohesive political worldview. This plays on the same dynamic we saw in 2020 over abolishing the police. An at the time immediately intuitive idea that cleared the way to radical thinking, yet also made no sense within the framework of existing society. And today, this type of demand takes the form of something far simpler, of not having to support genocide. What threatens this budding radicalism is that it must immediately clash against the facts and logic of existing society, which demands that these alternatives are born fully formed and able to meet standards which they're trying to move past to begin with. If we don't vote for the Democrats, how will we beat the Republicans? If we don't have the police...
And the problem with abolish the police was that neither black nor white Americans wanted it. Like 61% wanted the police presence to remain the same, and then 71% for white Americans. Just about the same proportion of black Americans wanted more police presence in their area as less. Okay. Thank you, Gallup.
How will we prevent crime? It's the job of superstructures like the media and the political system to forcibly drag these intuitive desires down into the mud of policy and electoral pragmatism, where they lose any radical potential. This was the fate of abolishing the police the moment it became defund the police, which, ironically enough, in trading in its radical content to be more appealing to conventional politics, did a far worse job at grasping anybody as a position than abolition ever did. Voting is...
Is there even any data for that? How would you say that abolish the police got people more intrigued than defund the police? My impression is that abolish the police and defund the police was responded to and received by the American public as, mate, what? That's what? Okay, I don't know. Fuck.
Is especially vulnerable to this because its radical content consists of simply not engaging with a system at all, with no immediately obvious alternate mode of activity. Of course, in reality, no longer allowing ourselves to be tied up in the spectacle of electoral politics frees us up to do all sorts of things, but this won't be immediately obvious to most people who begin to question the basis of voting, and they'll be continually beat over the head with the idea that it just takes a day to vote. We can postulate about various...
It doesn't actually take a day to vote. It takes like 4 hours. If you're in America, maybe you have to go to you have to drive out to stand in a queue or whatever. It's less than half a day, but
forms of direct action, mutual aid, and activism in general we can get involved with instead of party politics. It is unequivocal that the most impact that anybody in the West can have on the Gaza genocide is trying to prevent shipments from reaching Israel, as has already been done in the form of strikes and direct action. But what has decisively changed about this analysis is that we're no longer trying to propose just a better way to organize. The focus is now on an amplified potential for radicalization. However, the crucial element of this particular shift in the political moment is that it tears open a deep schism in the current left. The position, at least in theory, for the harm reduction left was that we could support lesser evil candidates while at the same time building a radical movement of our own. The situation at hand undoes this excuse though, because now the two goals are explicitly opposed. The task of a left concerned with winning elections is now to squash this sense of anti-electoralism and any radicalism that comes with it.
I will say though, that's because if the problem is that if Trump wins, that might be the last election. Like, do people not understand how scary that is? We know that he's already tried to subvert the democratic system. We know that he would try again. Is that worth the gamble? It's also, whenever people dismiss this like lesser of two evils as if that's like inherently bad, at the end of the day, if you're in a country of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people, it's a negotiation at the end of the day. You have to get the lesser of two evils because any candidate who is perfect for you is going to be massively imperfect for many other people. That's why you live in a democracy. You have to live in a world where people are, unless you want to subvert democracy, unless you think Republicans or conservatives don't deserve to vote, which seems to be a slight underlying premise, unless you think they don't deserve to vote, then you do kind of have to understand that they exist as well, and you can't just bulldoze them with your perfect world again and drag them kicking and screaming along with it. This has happened every now and then. They did this with Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade came in on a very technical legal argument about privacy, and the problem is that the argument on abortion in America didn't seem to have been won. It seems to be that Americans are pretty much okay with, what do you call it, first trimester, second trimester, they get a little bit, and then third trimester, they're like, definitely not. That's an argument that needs to be won, and that's why now that abortion has been left up to the states, then people are now having to actually defend the case for abortion. That's why in Ohio, they had to have a vote on it, and they managed to protect it with like 57% of the vote, just about. So, I don't know. It's also like this dismissal of lesser of two evils and incremental change and all that. It's like lesser of two evils only really works as a dismissal of the electoral system if you are either too privileged or just too unaware to notice the impacts of those changes. Because incremental change is not actually incremental. It's incremental maybe as something to write about in newspaper articles or to put in like data charts and all that. But incremental change for an actual individual can be massive. For example, one incremental change in Minnesota was the introduction of free breakfast for kids in school. That's an incremental change. That's not that exciting to talk about, but actually in reality it kind of is, because nutrition and kids just being able to actually be like nourished before they actually start their school day, not having to worry about their parents preparing breakfast when they're too busy or like things like that. Yeah, that's a big difference. And actually, as far as education goes, that's one of the biggest difference. I think isn't it true that for school kids, and performance in school, isn't breakfast like it's more important than having an iPad or having high tech like learning facilities and anything like that? It's like one of the most fundamental things for improving someone's performance in the education system, and that's at a very young age as well. Even that one thing is like could be the difference between a good life at school and a bad one for a kid. And that's not even to mention, like, I don't know, we've gone through the amount of things that Biden has done or is in the process of pushing through that Republicans have either tried to subvert, have tried to get rid of completely, or have just tried to downplay. For example, one is time and a half overtime pay if you are earning up to $55,000. So if you're earning $55,000 or under, you are entitled to time and a half overtime pay. That's like in the process of being passed right now, despite the fact that Republicans tried to drag it down to $35K, right? They tried to basically take 3.5 million workers out of that overtime out of that overtime pay bracket. You've had like over-the-counter birth control becoming made illegal, and I think CVS and Walgreens are actually going to carry the is it O-pill? They're going to bring that in. We've got the abortion rights being pushed in blue states as well. Not to, despite the fact that Trump said that there should be punishment for people who receive illegal abortions. We've got like one of the first gun safety laws in 30 years in America. You've got renewable energy things that were frozen under Trump have been renewed by Biden to bring back in. And now we're actually at a point where renewables surpassed nuclear generation for the first time ever just a few years ago. I think electricity generation from renewables surpassed coal-fired generation for the first time since 2022. We've had discriminatory mortgage lending. That's been a big problem as well, because although we got rid of redlining was basically on the condition that it was outlawed if a bank had to lend if they were in a particular district. But the problem is people can have lots of bank accounts from banks where there is no branch in that district at all because of online banking, so that the anti-redlining laws have had to become adjusted so that a bank is obligated to lend out to people even when they're not in that particular, they don't have a branch in that area. That's a very important thing. So actually letting redlining loopholes get closed. I don't think Trump had much interest in pushing something like that. Cracking down on junk fees and overdraft charges. Things like the fact that overdraft charges right now are something like between $30 and $40, but the new policy right now is planning to basically put it so that banks can only charge break-even fees, which would be down to like less than $10. Cutting like credit card late fees, getting rid of mystery charges on airlines and cable companies and concert tickets and hotel charges and things like that. Definitely not having another January 6th is quite important. The Chips and Science Act, job creation, fucking legalization of marijuana being pushed in blue states. Ohio is one of them. Fucking, but it's all incremental change, lesser of two evils. The infrastructure bill. You can look at a map for any state and look at how much fucking infrastructure is getting sort of like bottlenecks that have existed for decades on different fucking bridges and like lines of transport that are finally getting like addressed. Because I don't know, American infrastructure fucking sucks. And finally, the ability for Biden to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill that addressed so many of these problems, there's a long way to go. But compared to what Trump did, or what Trump would do, ugh. Okay. Also, unions love Biden. That's another thing as well. Getting rid of all the Trump-appointed fucking National Relations Board wankers who basically were like massive union busters. So, fuck. The
line of electoral leftists today is to play our society's superstructures, to correct these raw desires to escape the present moment back into current society, into lesser evilism. To be explicit, it is to play the role of the reactionary. As such, any leftist who has invested in the short-term opportunism of electoralism now has a choice to make. To either shift focus to where radical potential really exists, or to forsake radicalism and fully submit oneself to their role as the left of bourgeois society.
By voting? By voting? Again, voting takes a day. You can vote and then do all the radical shit in the world you want. Oh god, I need fucking. Where's celery? I need to do another celery appreciation post, because celery is like a radical anarchist who fucking hates politicians and Democrats and Labor and all that. But at the end of the day, person fucking voted and then spent. You know what celery did? Like after voting for the next 4 years. They fucking threw paint off buildings for Just Up Oil and went all the way around the country, like occupying oil facilities and terminals and getting arrested and shit like that. Like, you can do both, you fucking asshole. Anyway, God, is this no? Celery is just my ex. Sorry, let's see. The person who went viral for throwing paint off of a building for Just Up Oil. Actually, I don't even know which one they are in this picture, but. That person. They actually do a video on voting, which is really good. You broke up. Well, we broke up ages ago, yeah. Not in a bad way, just...
Loner box.
Wait, was
You
that the video?
Smarmy
Cuck bastard. Hang on. Where is this video? There you go. Good channel, good video about voting. All right.
Meanwhile, the task of a left concerned with building
Oh, I read that dono. Sorry. Maruzzi, thanks for the $5. But Lornabox, have you considered that none of that makes these people feel like they're super special and consequential in the universe? Oh yeah.
radicalism is to explicitly encourage the feeling to reject voting and nurture it into an established political worldview. Let's be clear quickly though.
Did you see Bad Empanadas Twitter account got? Why do people care? Like, oh, what? Twitter account number is fucking 85 got deleted. Like, okay, wow, great, amazing. Whatever, we do the memes. Yeah, fucking anti-Semita, afuera. Yeah, good, well done, good job, boys and girls. Let's go.
There isn't some principled stance here against the act of voting itself, like is often found among, for instance, anarchists. The physical act of casting a ballot literally does not matter, so if you feel more comfortable voting anyway, then please, go nuts. The key is allowing and encouraging people to explore the idea of not voting, and how we might engage in politics otherwise, such that we open the way to new forms of thinking. Now, the obvious objection from here is that this is done at the risk of letting Trump win.
Yeah.
And there is no way around this. But what has failed to be grasped is that this is simultaneously the strongest strategy in fighting Trump and far-right populism in general. Now, let's be clear, this isn't an accelerationist position. The goal is not to make Trump win, and the idea is not that his winning would improve anything. Rather, it's recognizing that lesser evil voting is a pathetically ineffective strategy at fighting the far right. And I would go as far to say that anybody who dedicates themselves to it at the expense of everything else is more responsible for Trump than anyone who would forgo voting for the sake of building radicalism.
Why? I want to hear a really, really, really good reason for that.
Even without looking at history, this should be self-evident by the fact that Biden was voted in as a safe, middle-of-the-road establishment candidate just to get Trump out, and now a single term later is running the risk of losing to Trump again. Consider as well that the whole time Biden has been in, Republican states such as Florida have only spiraled further into quasi-fascism at a seemingly faster rate than ever.
We're talking about states. Yeah, red states will do red shit. I don't know. What the states that Biden won are going closer towards like left-leaning policies. I don't know. How many states have passed laws protecting abortion rights? How many states are doing things that are achieving things that they wouldn't have done under Trump? I don't know. Or even that whole list of policies that I mentioned. Like, fuck me. So we do the 3 branches meme. You know there are 3 branches, and then there are the states, and the states have the 3 branches. Oh, fuck.
Remember the Holodomor?
Luigi the Epic Korean, thanks for the sub. Yeah, you can't just beat Trump once. You can't just beat Republicans once. You have to beat them again and again and again and again and again and again, because they're fucking horrible. I don't know.
Pushing all weight behind Biden again does not make Trump and the far right go away. Rather, it allows them to fester for another term and then come back the next election cycle even stronger. And so, if you remain tied to lesser evil voting out of a belief that anything else is simply impossible, it is your duty to be rushing to make it possible when the material conditions provide an opportunity like the one presented to us right now. All that's being done instead is propping up a liberalism.
Like, what's the straw man here of voting? What's the idea? Were people saying that if we vote Biden, that if we vote in Biden, Trump will just vanish off the face of the earth?
Which fascism feeds off of, and so eventually they will win if this is all we can do. If it's not over Gaza today, it'll be over something else tomorrow. And when they inevitably do win, don't you think it would be important to have a pre-existing group of radicals that are able to actually kick into action and help those who are going to suffer the most under this far-right government? Even today, the marginalized living under Republican states are far more likely to be aided by local groups of communists than anybody else. And again, even today,
in the United States? What do the communist parties in the United States do? What the fuck do they do? They go to other protests that were organized by other people and try to sell fucking newspapers and hand out flyers. Or if they get enough money, they send their members on little holidays to Cuba. What the fuck do they do? They'll be there to sell you their books. They'll be there to sell you pamphlets on the life and times of Antonio Gramsci.
The only way to effectively help Gaza is to try and prevent shipments from reaching Israel. Like I said, this is already being attempted, but it hasn't been strong enough to deliver results just yet. Efforts so far are being easily co-opted and pacified by career activists. But imagine what could be done if, instead of supporting the Dems and arguing over whether or not we're obligated to vote for them, we poured our energy into these forms of resistance instead. Even from an electoralist perspective, there's value in rejecting voting today for the sake of pushing people left, to increase the possibility in the future of a left populist candidate becoming viable who could actually maintain a victory over the far right. These candidates don't just materialize out of thin air after you've waited long enough. They grow out of the pre-existing political landscape, and they're far more likely to gain traction under one full of people so radical they wouldn't
I don't really know why this isn't accelerationism. If the idea is to use your withholding your vote to accelerate the popularity of left-wing populism. Do you know, actually, when fascists come into power, one of the first things that they do is fuck up left-wing populists and stop them from... I don't really know where this idea comes from. It does sound like accelerationism. It does. Because it sounds like this. It sounds like the Central Committee in fucking Weimar Germany when the Nazis took over. Like this paragraph here, I'll keep doing this because this paragraph is fucking... It's so facts. Because the big problem in the Weimar Republic was that the communists basically decided that their biggest enemy would not be Nazis, it would be social democrats. They were the ones that they were mostly focused on getting rid of. They were the ones that they saw as social fascists. They were actually, they collaborated with Nazis more often than they collaborated with social democrats, with the strike with the train strike and with also the trying to get rid of the Prussian Landtag. But anyway, let's see. This whole paragraph here just says, it speaks to me, okay? The relative inaction of the communists reflected, above all, the party's leadership's belief that the new government, the last violent dying gasp of a moribund capitalism, would not last more than a few months before it collapsed. Aware of the risk that the party might be banned, the German communists had made extensive preparations for a lengthy period of illegal or semi-legal existence, and no doubt stockpiled as substantial a quantity of weapons as they were able. They knew, too, that the Red Front fires League would get no support from the Social Democrats' paramilitary associate, the Reichsbanner, with which it had clashed repeatedly over the previous years. The parties constantly reiterated demands for a unity front with the Social Democrats stood no chance of becoming reality, since it was only willing to enter into it if the social fascists, as it called them, gave up all their political independence and in effect put themselves under Communist Party leadership. What a fucking indicative of a party that had less support. The Communist Party never had as many seats as the Social Democrats, but they still said, submit to us. It's so crazy. Anyway. The party stuck rigidly to the doctrine that the Hitler government signaled the temporary triumph of big business and monopoly capitalism, and insisted that it heralded the imminent arrival of the German October. Even on the 1st of April 1933, an appropriately symbolic date for such a proclamation, the Executive Committee of the Comintern resolved. Despite the fascist terror, the revolutionary upturn in Germany will inexorably grow. The masses' defense against fascism will inexorably grow. The establishment of an openly fascist dictatorship, which has shattered every democratic illusion in the masses and is liberating the masses from the influence of the Social Democrats, is accelerating the tempo of Germany's development towards a proletarian revolution. As late as June 1933, the Central Committee of the German Communist Party was proclaiming that the Hitler government would soon collapse under the weight of its internal contradictions, to be followed immediately by the victory of Bolshevism in Germany. Communist inaction, therefore, was the product of communist overconfidence, and the fatal illusion that the new situation posed no overwhelming threat to the party. They held to this line way up even until like 34, 35. One of the Politburo members who ran off to the Soviet Union and got executed in Stalin's purges was killed because he made the grave error of describing the Nazi victory as a defeat for the working class. Eh. It's all the same things as what this guy's saying as well. It's overstating how popular you actually are. It's overstating the potential that you have to win over support when things get worse. It's like so misguidedly making your worst enemies and the people you spend the most time fighting with, the people who are like about as left wing as you can get without losing popular support. Like, I don't fucking, yeah. If you ever wonder, and I've mentioned this before, if you ever wonder why you see people who are like very, very far left, like MLs and all these people, if you ever wonder why they seem to spend so much time targeting not conservatives, not fascists, not like right-wing populists, why they seem to spend so much time focusing their attacks on like Dem socks or social democrats or like left-leaning liberals, it's because they've always been their biggest enemies. They're the first ones to go, and when the revolution happens, they're the first ones to get fucking sent off to the gulags and shit. Yeah, it's always been the case for them. That's always been their biggest enemies.
And entertain the notion of voting for a genocide enabler. One might suggest that we might not be able to build a radical movement strong or large enough to actually affect the difference needed here, be it in direct action or in pushing for a Bernie 2028 run. But if this is the case, then we also haven't convinced enough people away from voting to meaningfully affect the result of the election. So that's my pitch to not vote in 2024. I know I pretty much just spoke about the US today, but if you're in the UK, you already know that everyone already agrees Labour is as bad, if not maybe worse, than the Conservatives, especially if you're trans. So I didn't think it was really worth talking about that. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Again, I do have something longer and more fleshed out and edited and blah, blah, blah coming out, hopefully in a month or two.
It's again like this, the hubris of like everyone agrees. When was Labour polling this high under Jeremy Corbyn? 44 to 24. Like, it's so for so long. When were they polling this high under Corbyn? When were they polling with a 20-point gap for well over a year? Nadia Leslie, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Sounds good voting for Trump now. Damn. Uh-oh. It's also a shame because people were talking about the progressive victory canvassing and why are you canvassing? Why is it like progressive victory if the canvassing is nonpartisan? Because it was. We were knocking on the doors of Republicans as well. But the fact is that canvassing, even if it's nonpartisan, still benefits Democrats. It still does because Democrat policies are more popular. So the more doors you knock on and the more people you get registered to vote, yeah, the more you're going to get more Democrats than Republicans voting. That's just how it works. Yeah.
So stick around for that. But either way, thanks for watching, and I'll see all you lovely people again, hopefully soon. Bye.
Okay. Strongly disagree. Okay. Smugbug said he wrote a comment, but YouTube might have purged it. Oh well. Ooh. I don't know. I would just hate to live in a world. I would hate to live in a world where the gap between Trump and Biden is so narrow and Trump wins because Marxist Leninists convince people that fascism I don't even know what the argument is. There's apparently no way you can vote without without submitting yourself entirely to the liberal, neoliberal, I don't know, genocide order. I don't know. Ugh. Breakfast clubs, get fucked. All right. Dennis, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Leftist complacency and disconnection will always leave out the political leadership. Leave out of the political leadership. All right. Pokemon go to the polls. Oh yeah, I think you should vote. I think it's actually probably the most important thing you can do, especially in terms of time invested versus return to your investment. Oh yeah, wow, what the shit, guys? Did you hear about it? Banana got banned from Twitter. Whoa, my god, look at it, look at the meme with the Hitler dead. Ooh, the Adolf Hitler because he's really anti-Semitic and fucking psychopath. Yeah, wow, woo. Antisemita, afuera. Yeah, okay, well done, chat. Wow. Woo. A lot of them will vote Biden in the end. I don't know. Like the stream, guys. It doesn't cost you anything. Quite happy we got a segment today because I was not too sure what I was going to say for that. Why were the Social Democrats the first ones to go? Don't they have similar beliefs with the communists? No. My theory on why communists hate Social Democrats more than anyone else is because maybe two reasons. One is more spiteful. The more logical reason is that Social Democrats are the other people who historically tend to identify loosely enough with like Marxist rhetoric and pro-worker stuff, and like they have a very similar aesthetic, but they are ultimately reformists. They uphold the system that communists would claim is the root of the entire problem. So they say, unless you're willing to force a revolution, like your reforms will only ever lead us in the same place, which is fascism. That's what they think. The more spiteful, and I think it's also kind of true, reason that they hate Social Democrats is because Social Democrats are the other people who take on left-wing aesthetics and Marxist theory and shit like that, and pro-worker sentiment, and they're actually capable of winning popular support with them. And they just resent that because Social Democrats are popular and they know how to reach people, whereas communists know how to reject people and just build a fucking retarded niche elite group of like vanguards, an elite vanguard that cares more about party discipline than about growing their numbers. Yeah, that's why also like party discipline is such a big thing to like communists. That's why it was so easy for Stalin and the communists, after shitting on the Nazis for so long, to just flip one day and say, actually, we're friends with the Nazis because of or we're at least in a kind of mutually beneficial relationship with the Nazis with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And the reason they were able to make that flip so quickly and so seamlessly wasn't completely seamless. There were problems, but the reason they were able to make that flip at all was because of party discipline, because they had enough people who were just like, well, the party says so, it's true, got to go. Yeah. Afuera. Oh, God. The Lornatov Dustentrop Pact. True. Based. All right. Do I want to watch this gistical drama stream? I mean, it's a rhetorical question. I do, but this is such a funny tweet. I don't know who this person is, but they are people on Twitter will really be like, "You believe in voting? That pales in effectiveness to my strategy: firebombing a Walmart, and then not firebomb a Walmart." True. Okay. Okay. Damn, 20 Canadian dollars from Jesse Irwin. I guess I'll just let that read out itself because it's $10. 10 schmucks. Where is this the stream? Yeah.
I know.
Well, I have to turn off Twitch just to watch this drama stream for 45 minutes.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
Oh, they don't because it's Canadian dollars. Haha. Hey, Lorna Box, I just want to clear something up. There was a chatter super mad the other day about my claim that the Israelis were in a winning position by the first truce. To be clear, this isn't to downplay the sacrifice and necessity of further fighting. Think about D-Day. Allied victory is written on the wall, but it still needed to be fought and won. I mean, that's just obvious, but yeah, okay. All right. Don't worry about that chatter, that piece of shit. All right, Twitch users.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
Twitchoids, move to YouTube. Get the fuck over. All right, we're gonna watch this drama stream and then we're gonna go back to Twitch afterwards. Okay. Take care, guys. Coming off Twitch in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Join the YouTubeoids. All right. I love that I can just do that. The click of a button. Let's watch them flock in. The little sheep. The little disgusting cuck fucks. Oh, Doomer Media and Chud are talking about the Voss drama. Okay. Loner is a kick chatter. Let's go. All right. Elsa, thanks for the 20 kroner. Liked the stream and it cost me 20 kroner. What the fuck? Listen, don't worry about that, okay? I really appreciate your contributions to the stream, okay? Keeping me strong. Did actually none of the Twitch viewers come over to YouTube? That's sad. All right. Let's go.
I know.
You miss me.
I do. Why do you think I unbanned you so many times in chat? And stand for you so hard against
We
the
have
evil
something
bear.
special. We have
I
something
agree.
special.
We do.
Oh my
We're gonna
God.
end
And you
up
like
together
brunettes
one
better
day.
than
It's gonna
blondes,
happen.
be honest.
Absolutely.
You like them better.
Well,
Destiny on the drama shit. I think I've
you see the
seen
lolly
this.
discussion on Reddit. You know, if Vaj was a better person and not such a piece of shit, I'd be in the trenches. Because you know what? Who the fuck cares about lolly? Who cares about drawn? Imagine your life is so boring that you give a fuck about animated cartoon girls.
True.
Like, how old is the girl? I don't know. How old is the fucking drawing? It's a goddamn picture.
That's not a good argument, but
Who the fuck cares? Grow the fuck up, okay? People in Ethan's subreddit are like calling the FBI on fucking Vouch. He's looking at cartoons that I don't like. I think that... Like, bro, who the fuck cares? Okay, call me when this guy's fucks his way through some fucking preschools, okay? Until then, get out of here. Who cares?
I hope he has this energy when, because I sent all of the segment, and if I get heat, I hope I'm not alone out. Oh, God. All right.
You have a soft spot for me, Stevie.
I did marry two blondes,
Jesus
though,
Christ.
right? To be fair.
And you divorced both of them, so.
Well, do you think the third time will be the charm?
Only if she's a Jewish American princess.
Aren't you already married, though?
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about me. I'd rather eat my own spine while being awake.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'd let you eat me out again, though.
Yeah, would you? So you could talk to your Nazi friends about it?
I'd keep it hush hush if you preferred it that way.
Okay. I'll
There's no
see what I got in my
way.
schedule. Okay.
Okay. Pencil me in. That's it.
I don't know what the last.
I don't
thing
know how you can be attracted to women like this. Like, oh god, it would make me so fucking uncomfortable. Like, it's just ugh. The fucking performativity is just like ugh. Ugh. Is this Lauren Southern? No. It's like, why don't you just fucking sign up for amateur theater? It's clearly what you want your entire life to be. I don't know, fuck me. Guts, thanks for the $1.99. I came from Twitch, but I can't chat yet. Damn, that's sad.
you said was I was hoping you would keep.
You want to
talking so I
keep
could
doing
just-
our little sex games in front of everyone?
Oh yeah, I like it a lot actually. I'm gooning so fucking hard right now.
This is the Gooning group. So.
Yeah, send me a picture.
This is hot.
Uh,
I can't lie.
Thanks.
What are all these clips I'm getting sent now? Are these all the drama
Loner
clips?
box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Where'd it go? Oh, it's YouTube.
Chill is when you're sitting on the couch and you're looking at something and some guy comes in and you're like, hey, I'm still on the mod. What's up? Do you want to talk to me? That's not chill, okay? It's paparazzi behavior. What's up? Do you want to talk to me? That's not chill, okay?
Okay.
It's paparazzi behavior.
That's crazy, chat. Say it, excuse. He's not even saying anything, is he? All right. What a solid XQC clip. 40k views in 17 hours. Let's go. All right.
Blondie's not going to be happy about this. I'll be honest.
Not gonna be happy about what?
About us. About our chemistry, babe.
Why? What makes you think she? You don't even know if she's straight. Maybe that's exactly what she wanted. Maybe she's the tool I used to get to you the entire time.
God, that makes a lot of sense. Is that what you did with Melina too? I had a feeling.
Yeah, that was a long con.
I was like,
discovered
he's
you on TikTok
divorcing?
years and years
I was like,
earlier,
he's
and I was like,
divorcing. How much is this guy gonna like? What lengths is he gonna go to get my attention? Okay, he
True.
divorced. I get it.
Yep, I've already picked out a house in LA or wherever the fuck you're living now. I'm gonna be. Your
I
next
live
door
in
neighbor.
Utah.
I'm gonna go to Utah. That's why I've been learning about Mormonism and yeah.
Have you been learning more about Mormonism?
Yeah, isn't that what I need to move to Utah?
No.
Oh.
You'd love polygamy though. You'd love polygamy.
Fuck no. Dating multiple women is hard enough. I can't imagine being married to them.
Interesting. Do you think you'll get remarried?
I don't know.
I hope so.
Why?
I don't know. I think that you need a good.
Why was I recommended this? I'm gonna keep watching it until someone pays me to go somewhere else, but unspecified amount of dollars. Right? What the fuck? Now people are sending me Discord logs. This is making me heterophobic. Oh no.
woman.
Oh, okay. I'll keep my eyes open for one, all right?
I don't. Well, I think that she needs to. God, I was gonna say she needs to find you, but I know the women.
It's like when you go to it's kind of analogous to when you go to a bar, right, or whatever, some situation, and there's a girl there, and there are two guys, and both guys like the girl, right, and they're both trying to like one up each other very subtly. That's what I feel like I'm hearing, you know. Like guy one says something in front of the girl, and then guy two is like, "Yeah, well, if you," and then guy one's like, well," and it's just like, ah.
And who reached out to you? So
You included,
she won't.
right?
She probably won't find you. Yeah, I know.
How do you like them?
And I'm
apples?
bad news.
Damn.
I'm bad news for men like you, Stevie.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. Oh no, she's here. We have to cut it out. We have to cut it out.
Who's here?
Be
the
normal.
one-
Act
the-
normal.
The blonde girl?
Yeah.
Shit, don't say anything. I don't even.
Yeah.
What's her name again? Because we've only been friends, I think, for 2 weeks, so I keep forgetting it.
Damn, we're actually got people contributing to get you out of this space. Okay, Zachary Prukowski. For the $5, please stop the torture. Think about it. For $5, I don't know, but I'm a fucking 900 viewer streamer. $5? Well, who do you think I am? Bad Bunny? Swan Star, thanks for the £5. Listen to anything else. Nails in the chalkboard. I don't care literally anything else. That £5. That's a convincing argument. Yeah, that's a £5. The king's currency. The king's pound. Sterling. It's clear. It's getting closer. You know.
Or was it 3 weeks? How long have I known her for again, Lav?
I don't know. You tell me.
Maybe in the second report you'll get the timeline 100%.
The second report?
The second report. Aren't you guys making another one?
You guys? I haven't talked to Max. Oh, that's a lie, actually. I did talk to Max this week. We're doing a song together.
Oh, that's so cute. Getting back into music. That's good.
Yeah. I know you love my music.
I do so much.
I know you love Max. You should reach out.
No, I'm good. Kind of like watching him drown.
Drown?
Yep.
You're a spiteful, vengeful person.
I'm not spiteful. Just watching people reap what they've sown. And I like watching people
that's
reap.
spiteful.
How is it spiteful? I'm not doing anything to him. I'm just watching him destroy his entire online career and presence because you put weird ideas in his head.
Maybe Max is making
or
a
you
comeback.
both put weird ideas.
Wait, what's Max's Twitter? What's his Twitter? You guys know I don't have that much time for Mr. Girl. He's not really my kind of a guy. But he made a Valentine's song. And it's actually so funny. Where is he? Where's his fucking Twitter account? Oh, it's Carson with a K.
Smarmy
cuck bastard. Look at this. This is banging.
Gained some weight, lost some hair. You didn't care. Used to be rich, now I'm broke. My career is a joke. New Year's Eve, you showed me grace. When I screamed in your face, and when I said, put some lube in your palm, and pretend you're my mom. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? If every thought inside my head was vile. AI pictures and lolicon until that aching in my balls is gone. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? Don't you dare avert your eyes. Cause I'd rather die. I want what I want.
It's like all the shots of Shaylin in this are just so fun. Like the reaction faces are just so perfectly chosen. Like, I don't know.
If I can't choose, then how can you? Your puffy eyes, your runny nose. I hold you close, and then you feel my hard dick. Baby, do I make you sick? Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? If every thought inside my head was vile. AI pictures and lolicon until that aching in my balls is gone. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? If every thought inside my head was vile. AI pictures and lolicon until that aching in my balls is gone. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile?
It's so good. You guys are naysayers. I'm bringing you the best content right now. Fucking mental illness music. Love it. So good. Like the camera work on that is like half of the content as well. Fuck. All right, Goldfish X, thanks for the $6. My addition to the turn off lav fund. Thanks very much. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the $10. Please, anything else? Lol. Angel Nipata, thanks for the $5. Brother Box, please let my people go. Where are we at now? $5, 5, 5, 10, 16, 26, $31. $31 is it's reasonable, but $31 to turn off this hulking drama stream? I don't know.
Ideas in each other's heads. Maybe
Steven,
it was a collaborative
don't
project.
even. You are so annoying. I hate who you are in front of people.
What is that?
For $32 in 4 minutes is not bad for ending a drama stream. You know, the rate's reasonable.
Oh,
not like closer.
Not like when we're alone and I'm just.
I'm not gonna be like blonde.
By the way, sorry. The alternative to this is I was going to read that Benny Morris chapter on the transition from the Madrid conference into Oslo and why Arafat fucking subverted the delegations in Washington. So you know that's the real content that you guys are fucking thumping me for. Anyway,
I'm not gonna be like Blondie and air your shit out. If you want to talk to me, we can talk about it in private.
Oh yeah, those conversations are so much different.
This is bad. I don't care what you fucking say. I'm sorry, chatter. This is bad. What do you think you are? This is better. Maybe Loaderbugs take my opinions here. No. Vote with your fucking wallet, asshole. This is better. Me, as someone, a trusted chatter whose opinion matters. No. Who the fuck do you think you are?
They're a little different. I'll be honest. They're a little different.
Are they?
Yeah. I told you I don't even think that you did anything wrong anymore.
Oh well, cool. That's good.
Yeah, I think that Harvey Weinstein actually didn't do anything wrong either. I talked to you about that.
Oh well, I guess it doesn't really mean anything then, huh?
Yeah, I think if you're a man, you should try to get status and wealth so that you can have sex with women. That's like, I think that's pretty neutral, pretty natural, even.
Especially when you do it in an abusive, coercive way, where their ability to say no is compromised. That's my favorite type of sex, you know.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You've never done that. You've never done that. That I know of. I don't know. I don't know. Have you?
Nope. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Cool. Is there anything else? Is there any other drama going on here? Or is it just me flirting with Lav all day? Can I go home or
It's
leave?
you guys flirting.
You can go home, Chief.
You can goon with us if you want, I guess.
Oh, I like that. That's a good move, Dustin. Yeah, pretend you don't want to be there. When you have all the agency in the world. Oh, that's good. It exhibits a coolness and maybe is urging something like Lav to work harder to keep you there. That's good. That's good energy. Nice. Well done.
Not me when you leave, baby.
As soon as I leave, the drama's is somebody streaming this so I can at least watch the fun drama? Because apparently every time I join rooms, everybody's.
Yeah, he's at work, but just
Yeah, just what was that noise?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not my Discord. Okay.
Oh, he did. Motherfucker.
So fucking annoying.
What's annoying? What do you mean? You're literally here talking to me, flirting in front of fucking 30 people. You love the attention. You know you do.
Wait, I didn't know that you were gonna enter. I came in here just to hang out.
Yeah, but then you stayed.
What?
But then you stayed. You love the attention
because-
as much as I love you.
No,
we know this,
because
Lav,
Stevie,
okay?
we
Oh, Destiny. It's funny you say that. I need more water for this. Stevie, it's funny you say that, but you just said I want to leave. That's what Lav should say.
have so
we're all
much
here with this.
chemistry. How could I leave?
Exactly, I know.
Like, well, I just, yeah.
Russian Saint, thanks for the $19.99. Keep playing this shit. That's a really good idea, actually. Wow.
Loner box. You smarmy.
The F is
bastard.
temporary. Yeah, there's a small F. That's the YouTube F, not me. All right. Matthew Faustini with the $5. Thanks for the Pro Benny Morris fund. The Pro Benny Morris $5. Thanks so much. Nadia Leslie, thanks for the $4.99. The Pick Me Energy is murdering me. Well, that's not even a vote. That's just a comment. Well, okay, but I appreciate it anyway. Evil Johnny Bravo with $20. You better keep playing it to the end. Wait, that's $40 to like 38 or some bullshit. Oh, God. The Lav simps are winning. The fucking soft shitcore pornography enjoyers who just spent the last week making fun of a horse porn folder but are openly expressing their fucking preference for this shit are winning. They're on top. Jesse Irwin, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Benny Morris Fund, the paper where Benny dunks on Ruth Finkelstein is also ruthless content. I haven't actually read. I've read Benny Morris's papers on Khalidi and Pape, but not his one on Finkelstein. Even though it's ironic because his one on Finkelstein is probably the best one.
How could I leave? You just can't. You just can't.
You
But it is still
Well,
funny.
One of you guys will have to, okay?
You better
Something
keep playing
needs
it
to
to the
happen
end.
here, okay?
No, I'm not leaving. I'm
The weakest
I'm
link.
committing.
leaves. Weakest
I'm
link.
committing.
Destiny.
Yeah.
Quick
What?
question for Destiny.
Loner box.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is
You
Q&A now.
smarmy.
Oh, just no. How much would you disown Justical if he had Max on stream?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Max is like he's like defanged like so hard now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Justical made the right call then.
To not have him on or to have him on?
To not.
Oh, well, also, but he,
Destiny verse laugh. You're so.
Why would you have him on?
Chad, I hope you kill yourself. Holy
I don't know.
shit.
Not today.
Yes.
Today I'm gonna farm some stuff, okay?
Oh my fucking god.
The crops are good today, huh? sir?
So Destiny, like on
Milk
you know
sacks
just like
are filled.
just like a boob scale because I know that you're a boob guy. Who's better?
well, I'm not gonna rate two people.
Because you know that it's really mean to her. But I
Well,
want you to be honest.
Left
Actually,
Because
me
it's
to
good
both
for
of
me.
you. It's actually me to the both of you because I got the best hits out of everyone in here. Actually,
I
so-
believe that actually.
I feel like everybody.
Yeah, that's
listen,
true.
boobs can have like a lot of good or a lot of bad. There's like just a ton of different things about boobs. How can you say one set of boobs is better than the other unless something's like clearly fucked?
Wait, Lev,
Well-
how do you complain about objectification and your only attack for other women is like comparing yourself sexually and your value to them? Like it's just wild to me.
Wait, wait, hold on. Firstly,
Aggressive misogyny. Let's go. All right,
Your
damn,
only
this
attack for this
podcast.
woman is how much Destiny wants to
wait,
fuck you.
hold on,
Like,
hold
it's
on.
insane,
Jacob,
especially
you're
with
missing
Damn.
context. Jacob, you're missing context. We're playing
the
in
Vosh
the
argument.
frame of the meme. Did you see what Destiny said to Blondie?
Who the fuck is
that might have been a
Blondie?
deep fake message. We don't even know if that's real. Okay.
You already acknowledged it was fucking
AI
real.
generated.
Israel.
I don't know if
You
I said
already
it was
acknowledged
real.
it was real. Jacob, before you fucking try to get your win needing behavior on me, maybe stay up to date, faggot.
Oh, I just started looking dick just because of that one.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Gonna have to restart this VOD. It's now demonetized.
Blown the fuck
Don't-
out.
Don't worry, Lav's used to saying.
What about
slurs.
skin? Do you think she has
She's
better
based.
skin?
Careful, I'm gonna say the N-word next time.
Bro, she's,
Okay,
a
so
bad,
Lav,
she's
you-
a bad person. What the fuck, man? She's a bad person. Oh god, it's a Volvo. Thanks for the £7.50. I really appreciate that. More Max content, please. Shall we min max the Max content? Okay, I don't know. What else is there? That's the only good Max content I've ever seen in my entire life, apart from probably the other songs. Curtis, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Please God, make it stop. I guess we're at 40 to 40 now. I think $40 to $40 to stop this stream. So I guess we're kind of considering, yeah.
Don't
You already did.
So you're just
You
doing this
already
because
did.
of you're just doing this because of the previous setup with the meme. You wouldn't normally behave like this because you think it's pretty bad and goes against your view of the world, right?
No, I think that first of all, I think that people should be able to compare attractiveness next to each other. Man, woman, man, woman. I think that that's just like a natural, fun thing to do.
Is it?
But only after 25, right?
Based.
I'm still I don't think that that's necessarily misogyny. I think that that's just like
It's not really
regular
misogyny.
people being judgmental of
me.
people around them, which is like a normal human behavior. Okay, you want to get back to me and Steve gooning sesh or what?
Yes.
I was trying to be respectful to Blondie because she's here. I didn't want her to walk in on something that she doesn't want to see.
Maybe she likes that.
Oh,
Yeah, I bet
true.
she
Blondie,
does.
do you like it?
You should say what you want to say,
Loner
Lon.
box. You
I already did say what I want to say. You're late. You're an
I know,
hour
but you said
late.
you stop. I know. I work. I'm sorry.
Oh, L skill issue. L. What was I about to say? Oh,
The N-word.
The N-word.
so I was about to say.
N-word.
No. So earlier, when I came out about Steven and I said one of the things that I thought was maybe unethical about Steven was that he brings women on stream or cultivates relationships where he pins women against each other and he derives pleasure from it. And everyone was like, what? What do you
Wow, this
mean?
is
You
all
guys
me,
just fight each
but
And the women are like, I don't know why I'm fighting with this other woman. I can't help myself as a 25-year-old with human agency. What the fuck? Oh god.
other.
That's
And
not
then
you.
Is Lav really gonna act like her fighting with other people is someone else's fault? Like,
we didn't orchestrate this
and
at all.
then this screenshot comes out of Destiny encouraging
Nope.
Blondie to fight with me. Now, what does that say about me? If I'm being honest about this thing, what else could I be being honest about?
Well, you're easily triggered when other attractive women are around, and it's just funny.
I'm not triggered. I don't think that you realize how arrogant I am. I do.
Oh, thanks for the 1999 V2 Dan Man. Some to the Benny Fund. And Zach with the $5. 5 more for Pro Benny. This shit is cancer. That's like that's like $65 to 40 of the Pro Benny Fund. I guess we're gonna have to switch. Gwalks, thanks for the 18 shekels. Shalua Loner, recommending you very much a channel called Sula. Probably the most productive conversations in Israel-Palestine relations with hopeful people. And Unplay Metal with the top 500. Oh, sorry, Unplay Metal top 500. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Sulha. Oh, is this the guy? This is the guy who snuck into the West Bank, isn't he? And he met that very interesting Palestinian olive oil dude. I think we've watched this guy. Wait, is this the... No, this might not be the same person. Is it? No, it's... No, this is a different guy. I've never seen these videos. Have I? The Russian Saint, thanks for the 1999. Changed my mind, go to Benny. Damn. So the drama stream is on $20 and the Benny one's on 80. Damn, you guys are fucking dorks. This guy debating the Jewish question with JF Gary Epi. Oh no.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck
I
bastard.
might keep this open. I'll tell you what, I'll sub to them so I know to look back. Well, it looks like the Bennies have it for the moment. Okay.
Do not think I'm incompetent.
For the moment. For the moment. You know, anything can happen. Did they ever find JF's wife? Probably not. All right. What page was I on last time? I was on a different section. It was 200 and something, wasn't it?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Changed my mind. Go to Benny.
Cute.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Yubtub is superior.
Thanks for the $10, Dahlia. I agree. YubTub is superior. Don't vote to stop the video. True. See how well not voting does. No, it wasn't page 2. It was like, it was way past page 200. It's 200 to 48 war. What page was I on for this fucking part? It was Intifada. Why did I think 200? It must be like 600 or something. Oh, it was 619 or something, wasn't it? It was in the Peace at Last segment. This is about the war in Kuwait, the delegation, the fact that the Israelis didn't want to work with the PLO, the end of the Cold War, so Americans were coming hard on Israel because they weren't afraid of Soviet counterbalancing. Clinton. Okay, we were here. The Israeli PLO breakthrough. Uber, thanks to the $5. Lav is cancer. This is terrible, but I hate chat more. Keep the drama going. Well, we're currently, I think, 25. We're currently $35 short of switching over back to the drama. What are your thoughts on Righteous Victim so far? It's really good. It's really succinct. It's got so many interesting facts I didn't know about. They're just like little stories. He's made it like a very good story. Yeah. Okay. The Israeli PLO breakdown. Labor's assumption of power radically changed the atmosphere in Israel. Continued to oppose Palestinian statehood and PLO participation in the peace process. But the party was open to the notion of territorial compromise and recognized that the Palestinian problem was at the heart of the conflict. As a result of the Intifada, Rabin himself had grudgingly come to understand that Israel could not hold on to the territories indefinitely and would have to talk to the PLO. He saw that the post...
You smarmy cuck bastard.
Pasha, thanks for the 15 shekels. Shalom, what about Vosh's horsecock lolly drama? We did it yesterday. So Olive has the segment. She's going to drag through it, probably get it out tomorrow or the day after, I'd imagine. Yeah. Okay. He saw that the post-Cold War years were a window of opportunity. The Soviet withdrawal from the international arena and the Gulf War had left the Arabs weak and relatively flexible. Moreover, with Muslim fundamentalist forces on the ascendancy throughout the Middle East, how long could the relatively moderate secular regimes survive? The newly fashioned Russian Federation might arise from the ashes as a pro-Arab world power, and Iran and Iraq might acquire nuclear weapons and project their strength and rejectionism across the Middle East. That's interesting. This is written in 2001, by the way. The golden moment of relative Israeli strength and American superpower dominance, which might last roughly until 1999, in Rabin's estimate, needed to be seized and translated into Israeli-Arab accords. Rabin, personally enthusiastic about Arafat, remained opposed to talking with the PLO. Besides, a 6-year-old law forbade such contacts. 3 months after taking power, Rabin turned down a proposal by Foreign Minister Perez to establish semi-direct contact with the PLO. Yet, a peace process got underway, without the consent or knowledge of the government and in defiance of Israeli law. It was to be a negotiation propelled by impulse, contingency, improvisation, and coincidence, and it was to prove successful and of great historical significance. So, Rabin's incentive for pushing a peace process with the PLO, despite the fact that they weren't allowed to, is because he was worried about American and Israeli strength in the Middle East being counterweighted by Iran, Iraq, and a Russian Federation that might lean Arab. Okay. Didn't know that. Good. The spark was a meeting between Hanan Ashrawi and Yair Hirschfeld, a Middle East expert teaching at Haifa University, who had periodically met Palestinians in the hopes of establishing trust and bridging differences. Hirschfeld and Yossi Beilin, a Labour Party member of the Knesset and confidant of Perez, had intermittently maintained a back channel to the PLO since 1989 through Faisal Husseini, the senior PLO figure in Jerusalem. So these guys here, especially Husseini, these are local Palestinian delegates who had negotiated in Washington as well. Because at this point, Arafat is in Tunisia. Roman Washir, too. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Okay. Ashrawi suggested that Hirschfeld met with Abu Allah Suleiman Ahmed Kurai, the PLO's finance minister. Hirschfeld flew to London, where at Beilin's suggestion, he contacted Terjrod Larsen, director of the Norwegian Institute for Applied Social Sciences, who had also discussed with Beilin ways of promoting peace. Larsen and Norwegian Deputy Foreign Minister Jan Egeland, had met Abu Allah in Oslo the previous January. Subsequently, Abu Allah had conveyed to the Norwegians Arafat's desire that Oslo help set up an Israeli PLO dialogue. Larsen and his wife, Mona Yule, a senior Norwegian foreign ministry official, arranged the Hirschfeld-Abu Allah meeting, which took place secretly on December 4th, 1992 in London. Abu Allah, to Hirschfeld's mind, blew hot and cold, alternately making conciliatory and extreme statements. But Hirschfeld concluded that the dialogue was worth pursuing. He contacted Beilin, now Deputy Foreign Minister, who was then coincidentally also in London. Beilin voiced no objection to carrying on the dialogue, and Hirschfeld, at a second meeting that evening, told Abu Allah that he was authorized to continue. Stardust, hello. We not donated some nerd. What the fuck? Fuck off. I love it how you guys say you don't want the drama stream, and now that we've switched, you guys, like 100 people left. What the fuck? I might turn Twitch back on just for some reinforcements. How funny is that? Okay, hang on. All right, we're going back to Twitch. The real fans don't. Oh yeah, the real fans. That's true actually, because the ones who give me money are the only real fans. Everyone else can fucking bounce. Okay. On January 20th, 1993, the day after the Knesset repealed the law banning Israeli PLO contacts, Hirschfeld, now flanked by his colleague, historian Ron Pundak, met with Abu Allah outside Oslo. Agreement emerged on 3 ideas: Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, gradual devolution of economic power to the Palestinians, and international economic assistance to the nascent Palestinian entity in Gaza. Between February and early May, 4 more secret rounds of negotiation took place, during which the rudiments of a joint document were hammered out, eventually to be called the Declaration of Principles. It provided for elections in the territories, Palestinian autonomy during an interim stage before a final settlement, gradual Israeli withdrawal and devolution of powers to the Palestinians, initial implementation in the Gaza Strip, Gaza first, where the Palestinians would rule long before the final status was set, and the need for an economic plan for the territories. During the first week of February, Bilin informed Perez of the secret channel and Perez notified Rabin. Neither was particularly enthusiastic. Perez once referred to the 2 Israeli negotiators as crackpots. Oh. But they were allowed to continue. Rabin and Perez agreed they could always dismiss the talks as unauthorized. Abu Allah sensed this and repeatedly raised questions about the Israeli academic's authority. Larson checked with Bilin and reassured Abu Allah. The Israelis, for their part, were unsure whether Abu Allah was actually speaking in Arafat's name. So we have delegates and we have Israeli academics are laying the foundations for Oslo. And they're just being allowed to do it behind the scenes. Huh. Interesting. As if to compensate for the radical flexibility that the talks embodied, Rabin cracked down hard.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
Thanks, Ant, for the £10. Really
the
appreciate
cool
that. For the
nerd.
cool nerd. As if to compensate for the radical flexibility that the talks embodied, Rabin cracked down hard on Palestinian terrorism and the Hezbollah in Lebanon, later coining the phrase that he would fight terrorism as if there was no peace process and pursue the peace process as if there was no terrorism. Interesting. By the end of 1992, the focus of fundamentalist activity had shifted from the Gaza Strip to the West Bank, where it appeared easier to hide and mount attacks. Okay. Dark Canuck, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. YouTube is based, that is all. Yeah, why not? Following the killing by terrorists of 8 Israeli soldiers and policemen during the first 2 weeks of December 1992, the GSS mounted its largest roundup ever of fundamentalist activities, bagging altogether around 1,600. Okay. Of these, 415 Hamas and Islamic Jihad members were singled out for expulsion to Lebanon, which Rabin ordered on December 17th. The Lebanese government refused to let them in, and they were left stranded and much televised for a year in tents on a bleak hill between Israel's security zone and southern Lebanon. Damn, rip. Arafat responded by temporarily Arafat responded by temporarily suspending PLO participation in the Madrid track talks in Washington, though he did not touch the Oslo back channel. Okay. It's in reference to the Ben Gurion quote from... Yeah, it is. Yeah. By the way, well, yeah. Okay. Secretly, he may as well have been pleased. Israel had, at a stroke, beheaded his chief rival in the territories, the Hamas. Oh. So Arafat's playing politics. Oh. So he suspended the Madrid talk, but didn't touch the Oslo channel. Is that because he wasn't a key figure in the Madrid one where he could have been in Oslo? I wonder if that's why. Huh. Might make a note there. Let's put it at the bottom and I can move it somewhere. Right. Six, 1, 8. Ah! Hmm. Hmm. Doesn't suspend Oslo back channel. And who else? Who are the Palestinian side of Oslo? Was it delegates? I think it was. Okay. By January 1993, however, the military wings of the Hamas and Islamic Jihad were back in business. In March 1993, the Rabin government responded to a new wave of terrorism, mostly by individual knife wielders in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, by sealing off the territories. The closure disrupted terrorist activities, but it left tens of thousands of Palestinian laborers who depended on their livelihood on work in Israel unemployed. It effectively resurrected the 67 borders and underlined labor's desire to separate Israelis from Palestinians as the best means of assuring the personal security of the Israelis. The settlers and the annexationist right understood that the result of such measures would be a physical separation of Israel from the territories, facilitating the withdrawal of the IDF and uprooting of the settlements. In July 1993, increased attacks on Israeli troops in the security zone prompted Operation Accountability, a massive air and artillery assault against Hezbollah bases in southern Lebanon. Heavy around-the-clock fire, accompanied by warnings delivered by radio, loudspeakers, and airdrop leaflets, were first directed at the outskirts of the villages, and then, once the inhabitants departed, at the villages themselves, many of which were partially demolished. Between July 25th and 31st, nearly 300,000 villagers, most of them Shiites, fled northward. The IDF plan was that this human flood tide would force the Lebanese government to ask Damascus to rein in the Hezbollah. The result was only partially successful. The Hezbollah had prepared well with a profusion of hidden rocket stockpiles, bunkers, and firing positions. On July 25th, they fired off about 100 Katyushas, killing 2 civilians and injuring 15 in the town of Kiryat Shmona in the Galilee Panhandle. Thereafter, though the IAF interdicted many crews, the Shiites continued, albeit at a reduced rate, to pepper northern Israel and the security zone with shells and rockets, as if to say, you may have overwhelmingly superior firepower, but we have the will and expertise to continue to harass you. You cannot silence us. The Hezbollah fire resulted in the flight of most of Israel's northern border population. Kiryat Shmona and Naharia turned overnight into something like ghost towns, as did most of the Moshavim. The Hezbollah, deploying relatively few and primitive means, had managed to achieve a sort of balance of terror with the sophisticated IAF and IDF artillery. When did Israel invade Lebanon? 1982. And they were occupying the south until 2000. They were there for quite a while. It may have been the implicit threat that the IDF would send in armored columns to root out the guerrillas that finally persuaded Syria, and perhaps Iran as well, to call it quits. Damascus probably feared for improving ties with America, becoming entangled in another war in Lebanon and causing irreversible damage to the secret peace talks it engaged in with Israel. Within days of the start of the IDF offensive, Syria acceded to American mediation. Secretary of State Warren Christopher, shuttling between Damascus and Jerusalem, worked out a ceasefire agreement, and the shooting stopped on July 31st. The unwritten, unsigned accord between Israel, Lebanon, and Syria, as brokered by Washington, stated that the Hezbollah would not shell or rocket Israel so long as the IDF refrained from shelling Lebanese villages. It did not bar Hezbollah attacks on the IDF and SLA in the security zone. Damn, Stardust shit talking Destiny in the chat, eh? Look at them go. Whoa. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. On the face of it, the guerrillas had won a major victory, but Rabin had also demonstrated that Israel had red lines, and the Syrians, in recognizing this, had been forced to agree to a ceasefire. Moreover, Rabin's strategy had also been directed at domestic opinion, and he had demonstrated once again that he would brook no nonsense when it came to security matters, an image that was to enhance his ability to pursue peace. Over the months of negotiation, Hirschfeld, Pundak, and Abu Allah slowly worked out a document with Jerusalem and PLO Tunis also exchanging ideas indirectly through the Egyptian government. In April 1993, Peres conveyed Israel's readiness to add Jericho and its environs to the Gaza First proposal to make it more palatable. The PLO would get not merely the slums of Gaza, but also a foothold in the West Bank, reassurance that Israel intended to continue the withdrawal from that territory as well. Excuse me. By early May, the main lines of arrangement seemed to have been gelled. Indeed, a draft DOP had been ready as early as March, but Abu Allah had demanded that Israel match his ministerial rank with senior officials of its own. Rabin and Peres agreed, though Rabin vetoed the proposal that Peres himself led the Israeli delegation. Instead, Uri Savir, the new Director General of Foreign Ministry and Peres' longtime aide, was appointed, and Yoel Singer, a former IDF attorney, was sent in to assist him. At last, the Oslo talks had become official, and had now substantively replaced the open official Washington channel, which had gone nowhere. Both the Palestinian and Israeli delegations in Washington, while continuing their sparring, were left uninformed of the existence and content of Oslo. Indeed, the Oslo talks, quite miraculously, were to remain completely secret despite an early leak in May in the Lebanese daily An Nahar, and another in mid-July in the Israeli daily Haaretz, which ran a front-page banner headline, Jerusalem conducting secret negotiations with the PLO. Barefaced government denials and the outbreak along the Israeli-Lebanese border managed to stifle any real follow-up, and the subject dropped from public view until the announcement in September that the talks had been successfully concluded. Pinocchio's nose, thanks for the 5. I can't believe it. Swiss francs. This is for the No Drama stream. Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. The handful of people in the know kept the talks tightly under wraps. Only a few generals and intelligence chiefs were told anything. Peres and Bilin were always optimistic about the eventual outcome. Rabin was ambivalent. Peres described him. Rabin, by disposition, always cautious, moved slowly and warily. He was skeptical about the Oslo talks. Sometimes he wholly disbelieved in them. Nevertheless, he gave me and the talks a chance. And ultimately, when the final goal became attainable, he did not draw back. Savir and Abu Allah met for the first round of negotiations during the weekend of May 21st 23rd. Abu Allah, above all, sought assurance that following the interim autonomy stage, a Palestinian state would eventually emerge. Savir, that Palestinian autonomy and whatever followed would be consistent with Israel's security. Both sides were sufficiently satisfied to continue talking. During two further weekends in June, they argued over words, paragraphs, and clauses. During July and August, both sides, but especially the Palestinians, tried to gain advantages by reformulating clauses or adding new ones to those that had been already agreed upon. Fuck me, my throat is really annoying today. And I don't know why. The Palestinians insisted that the PLO be given authority not just over Jericho and the Gaza Strip, but over the bridges across the Jordan and the Rafah crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt, effectively control over entry and exit from the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. They also demanded extraterritorial road and air corridors between the Strip and Jericho. The Israelis tried to whittle down their initial commitments regarding troop withdrawals. The Norwegians played an important role in mediating, bridging, and smoothing ruffled feathers. In mid-July, the Israelis pulled out a trump card, agreement on certain conditions to a long-standing PLO demand for mutual recognition. An indirect exchange of letters, Rabin to Arafat, July 19th, and Arafat to Rabin, August 4th, also helped break the impasse and clarify a number of issues. The main subject was the nature of Israeli and Palestinian jurisdiction in and authority over Gaza, Jericho, and other West Bank areas. Arafat expressed willingness to exclude Jerusalem from the Palestinian self-rule area in the interim settlement, but linked this concession to Israeli agreement on mutual recognition. Israel's inflexibility on certain political and security issues, Jerusalem settlements and border crossings, was in part dictated by Rabin's fear of adverse public opinion and by the narrowness of his Knesset majority. The indictment on corruption charges of Aryeh Deri, leader of the ultra-Orthodox Sephardic Shas party, one of Rabin's coalition partners, apparently pushed him to speed up the Oslo process. In March to April 1999, Deri was convicted and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. The fear was that Shas would withdraw its support for the coalition, perhaps leading to an early collapse of the government. As Peres put it, we must hurry or we may end up with a peace treaty, but no government to sign it. The finale was reached, and last-minute compromises were engineered from Stockholm by Norwegian Foreign Minister Johan Jørgen Holst in 9 telephone conversations, lasting a total of 7 hours. Damn. Discord calls put these guys to shame, eh? With Arafat, Abbas, and Abu Allah in Tunis during the night of August 18th. Peres and his aides were by Holst's side throughout. Rabin in Tel Aviv was apparently also consulted. The following day, Peres flew to Oslo, ostensibly for another reason altogether, and on August 20th attended the secret ceremony at which the DOP was initiated, with Holst signing as witness. So was, does that mean was America just not involved in this at all? Or barely? I know obviously Clinton was there for the photographs, but was he actually just not involved that much in negotiating the Oslo Accords? That's quite interesting. Okay. The Israeli and Palestinian representatives then began to negotiate the Instrument of Mutual Recognition. Peres and Holst flew to an airbase near Santa Barbara, California to brief Christopher and request the signing ceremony take place with due fanfare in Washington. Israel wanted American backing for the agreement, as well as help in persuading Arab countries to establish diplomatic ties with Israel. This would make it easier for the government to sell the accord to the Israeli public. Back in Israel, the news began to leak to the press. On August 30th, the agreement was submitted to the cabinet, which, overriding objections by Jen Barak, Chief of Staff, General Staff, voted overwhelmingly in favor, with only 2 ministers abstaining. Rabin also enjoyed wide public support. I guess Righteous Victims was a chapter title, would have been a great book. Ironic title. What? It is a book. Fuck you. It's yeah. You're joking. You're memeing. You're pulling me leg. Harkness loves you. Thanks for the tier 1 sub for 4 months now. That means you got a full box badge next to your name. That's so cool. Paris Debate 2060, hosted on Discord meme server. True. Rabin also enjoyed wide public support. For Arafat, matters were more complicated. Many Palestinians regarded the agreement as a sellout. East Jerusalem remained firmly in Israeli hands, to be discussed only in the final status negotiations. No settlements were to be uprooted, and the IDF, meanwhile, was to retain overall control over most of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, including the borders with Jordan and Egypt. All of Arafat's political skills were needed to overcome the opposition, both from within Fatah's ranks and from Islamic and secular rejectionists. The PLO's foreign minister, Farouk Kaddoumi, was among the opponents. Back in Oslo, Holst played a key bridging role in formulating the wording of the Mutual Recognition Accord. The prolonged wrangling ended in Paris on September 4th, when Abu Allah and Severe reached an agreement. Hi, Israeli here. This is the second time you seem to pop up my feed. Are you an
Remember the
American?
Holodomor?
No. I am a Scot. Hereen Zig. Thanks for this sub on Twitch. Really appreciate that. Couldn't read your message though. Fuck. I'm also half Lebanese. That's also, I should disclose everything, you know, all the details about my life. What was that comment on Twitch? Did I get to see it? It's not showing up. Oh well. Where am I? The mutual recognition was acted in letters delivered by Holst himself. In his, dated September 9th, 1993, Arafat stated that the PLO recognized the right of the State of Israel to exist in peace and security, accepts UN Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338, commits itself to the peace process and to a peaceful resolution of the conflict, renounces the use of terrorism and other acts of violence, would try to prevent all PLO elements from resorting to violence, an implicit affirmation of an end to the Intifada, which the PLO refused to make explicit, affirms that the articles in the Palestinian Covenant that deny Israel's right to exist are now inoperative and no longer valid. This is the difference, by the way, between Hamas putting out a new document that claims to be different from the old charter and actually renouncing your old charter. Right? Yeah, okay, fuck. I'm guessing your interest in the region is related to your background. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but yeah, I suppose it was, yeah. But I'm also autistic, so I get interested in all kinds of silly things. Ugh. And undertakes to submit to the Palestinian National Council the necessary changes in regard to the Palestinian Covenant. In his brief response dated September 10th, Rabin stated that the government of Israel had decided to recognize the PLO as the representative of the Palestinian people and to negotiate peace with it. On September 13th, at President Clinton's invitation, Peres and Abbas formally signed the DOP on the White House lawn, with Rabin and Arafat and hundreds of American, Palestinian, and Israeli dignitaries in attendance. Clinton signed as witness. Did Stardust get banned? Oh no. Who did it? I don't think that was the real Stardust, though. That was a, probably some groiper. I don't know. Fuck. It's not her chat icon. Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll get the real one day. True. Okay, Clinton signed as witness. Hirschfeld and Pundak, whom Rabin and Peres had forgotten to invite, on their own steam and wangled invitations from White House officials. That's so sad. Rabin's body language clearly displayed his distaste for Arafat. Arafat's his desire for sympathy from the Americans and perhaps the Israelis as well. Arafat expressed the hope that the DOP would usher in an age of peace, coexistence, and equal rights, but stressed that more courage and determination would be needed to continue the process and reach a just and comprehensive peace, putting an end to the Palestinians' feelings of being wronged, of having suffered an historic injustice, is the strongest guarantee to achieving coexistence and openness between our two peoples. Let me see how long this section is. There may be a break earlier than that. Yeah, we'll just keep going. Fuck it. Actually, I can just find it from my actual book, which is in the other room. Fuck it, whatever. Rabin injected a somber note. We have come from an anguished and grieving land. We have come to try and put an end to the hostilities so that our children and our children's children will no longer experience the painful cost of war, violence, and terror. Let me say to you, the Palestinians, we are destined to live together on the same soil in the same land. We say to you today, enough of blood and tears. Enough. We have no desire for revenge. We harbor no hatred towards you. Nearly 2/3 of Israelis polled supported the agreement. Among the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, the figure was similar. But a large minority of those Palestinians who opposed the accord, led by the Hamas and Islamic Jihad, immediately mounted a vigorous campaign to derail the peace process. Terrorist attacks, it was reasoned, would build up right-wing pressure within Israel against the agreement, curtailing Rabin's room for maneuver and flexibility. With the Israelis balking and uncompromising, Arafat would find it difficult to continue with the process. On September 12th, the day before the DOP was signed, Izz ad-Din al-Qassam gunmen ambushed and killed 3 Israeli soldiers east of Gaza. The day after the signing, a 19-year-old Hamas supporter blew himself up in the Israeli police post inside Gaza's Shati refugee camp, but no one else was hurt. Rip. Whoa. Imagine being a botched suicide bomber. That's so cringe. I'd be so embarrassed. I mean, you'd be dead, but fuck me. Anyway. Do you really have autism? No. I just have incredibly fucking awkward eye contact and social presence because it like makes me happy, you know. It's just a meme. Oh. Ugh. The Hamas forbade its men to clash with the PLO. Arafat, also eager to avoid a civil war, refrained from attempting to restrain the fundamentalist violence against the peace process. Indeed, Arafat at this time repeatedly called on Rabin to free imprisoned Hamas leader Sheikh Yassin. The attacks, as Arafat appreciated, constituted pressure on Israel to hasten its withdrawal, while the PLO could devote itself to diplomacy and claim it had abandoned terrorism. Oh. The DOP outlined the framework for the future Israeli-Palestinian negotiations and the main interim self-government arrangements for the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The preamble declared that the government of Israel and the PLO had agreed that it is time to put an end to decades of confrontation and conflict, recognize their mutual legitimate and political rights, and strive to live in peaceful coexistence and mutual dignity and security, and achieve a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace settlement and historic reconciliation. The two sides agreed to negotiate the establishment of a Palestinian interim self-government authority in the West Bank and Gaza Strip for a transitional period not exceeding 5 years. This would then lead to a permanent settlement based on Resolutions 242 and 338. The GOP provided for free and democratic general elections in the territories, with the Palestinian inhabitants of Jerusalem participating to elect a council that would be the Palestinian Authority in the territories during the 5-year period. Is it normal for Americans to learn about this conflict so much? Probably not. Political streamers, I would hope so, because people talk about it a lot, and I would like to think that they know things about it, even though they often don't. Well, What can you do? During the initial period of the interim years, there would be a gradual transfer of authority over education and culture, health, social welfare, direct taxation, and tourism from the Israeli military and civilian authorities to the Palestinians. Moreover, the PAA would begin to build a strong police force to guarantee public order and internal security. While Israel would continue to be responsible for defending against external threats and for the security of Israelis in the territories. Dare I say deeper than is a little deeper than is useful. Useful to who? What do you think my goal is? More than is useful. All right, fucking gobbles. What the fuck? I just want to learn. I just want to be more confident in my positions, and then you will you get that from learning more. And I enjoy the process. I don't know what's wrong with you, fucking sociopath. Is this really fucking hell? Negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians regarding the final settlement or permanent status, involving, among other things, Jerusalem, refugee settlements, security arrangements, borders, relations, and cooperation with other neighbors, would begin no later than 3 years after the start of the interim period. During the initial period of the interim years, there would be a gradual transfer of authority over education and culture, health, social welfare, direct taxation, and tourism from the Israeli military and civilian authorities to the Palestinians. Moreover, the PA would begin to build a strong police force to guarantee public order and internal security, while Israel would continue to be responsible for defending against external threats and for the security of Israelis in the territories. The DOP stipulated that the parties would, by December 13th, conclude and sign an agreement on Israeli military withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area. Didn't really answer the question. Yes, I did. The goal is to learn and to have like stronger positions. If I'm ever talking to people about this, that's a goal in and of itself. You dumb fuck. All right, fuck. And also to inform other people. I don't know. The DOP stipulated that the parties would, by December 13th, conclude and sign an agreement on Israeli military withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and Jericho area. The withdrawal would then begin, to be completed within 4 months. Thereafter, the Palestinians would have full control of these areas, save in the fields of external security, settlements, Israelis, and foreign relations. Responsibility for internal security and public order would be assumed by the Palestinian police force, which would consist of PLO forces from abroad as well as local recruits. Safe passage between the two areas would be assured. Agreement on the details of the implementation of Gaza Jericho took not 2 months, but 7. The negotiators found themselves bogged down in items and issues no one had anticipated. The terrorist strikes that punctuated the talks resulted in repeated delays and halts. The bloodiest and perhaps most threatening incident was February 25, 1994. The massacre of 29 Muslim worshippers at morning prayer and the wounding of dozens more inside Hebron's Ibrahimia Mosque, the tomb of the patriarchs, by Baruch Goldstein, a Jewish settler doctor who was beaten to death by the survivors. This is the guy that Ben Gvir had a picture of on his wall. Like, how fucking crazy is that? How absolutely mental. Don't understand that. Fuck. Matt Gaetz going to get kicked out of Congress. Oh, really? We got news. In the riots that followed, IDF troops shot dead about 30 Arabs and injured hundreds. The West Bank and Gaza were in ferment for weeks, curfews were imposed, and the talks were suspended for a month. Goldstein had set out to avenge the victims of Arab terrorism, but probably also to undermine the peace process, which he, along with most of the settlers, feared would result in Israeli withdrawal from the territories. Goldstein was crowned a posthumous hero and martyr by the extreme right, his grave outside Hebron becoming a place of pilgrimage for Jewish opponents of the peace process. Learning more in order to have stronger positions is nice if think the end result will be a diplomatic solution, but it won't be. Oh yeah, you might have been confused by finding me on a live stream on youtube.com in my fucking second room, in my studio room with some pink and purple fucking blue lights. You might have confused me for someone who is planning on negotiating the final settlement between Israelis and Palestinians, but no, I'm in fact not that guy. No, I'm not actually going to be involved in the peace process, nor have I ever been. You got the wrong guy. Yeah, we don't even vote in this chat. Uh-oh. The agreement on the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area, usually referred to as the Cairo Agreement, was finally... It's just critical feedback. Yeah, but not all critical feedback is good, right? I think your name is dumb. That's critical feedback, but it's not good. All right. Becker. Becker. The agreement on the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area, usually referred to as the Cairo Agreement, was finally signed in the Egyptian capital by Rabin and Arafat, with American, Soviet, and Egyptian representatives as witnesses on May 4th, 1994. Arafat at first refused to sign the appended maps. He thought the Jericho area allotted to the PA was too small. But eventually was persuaded by his aides and the Americans and Russians. He remained unhappy with the Palestinian concessions and on May 11th called in a mosque in Johannesburg, South Africa, for a jihad to recover Jerusalem, comparing the accords he had signed to Muhammad's agreement of AD 628 with the Jewish Quraysh tribe, which had been a tactical move and which was unilaterally abrogated by the Muslims 10 years later. What? I did not know. What the fuck? What is the source for that? I've heard people say this, that he, like, when he was speaking in Arabic, he gave different opinions on the peace process. The tribe he mentioned wasn't Jewish. I mean, Arafat's got a lot of ahistorical shit going. Oh, God. There's audio of it. Can it be translated by anyone here? I know there are Arab speakers here. We'll come back to that one. That's a very strange story. You will. Okay, if someone can get me the link and put it in stream chat, I'll have a listen to it. And Sundowner can little bro us through the meaning of it. Okay. Israeli opponents of Oslo argued that Arafat was, in effect, saying he would go back on the agreements the moment it suited him. Ooh. However, Rabin and Perez, also unhappy, argued that what counted were Arafat's deeds, not his words. The agreement effectively transferred control over the bulk of the Gaza Strip and a 65 square kilometer area encompassing Jericho and its environs to PA control, with Israel remaining in control of the borders between these now autonomous areas and the outside world and of the Jewish settlements in the Strip. Israel was to have responsibility for the roads leading from these settlements to Israel, and joint Israeli-Palestinian teams were to patrol them. Israel was to assure safe passage for Palestinians between the Strip and the Jericho area. The Palestinian police force was to be under the control of the 24-member PA and to consist of 9,000 men, of whom 7,000 would come from abroad. They were to be equipped only with light personal weapons, 120 medium and heavy machine guns, and 45 wheeled armored vehicles. The force was to be responsible for preventing terrorism against Israelis from within the PA areas. The sea off the Gaza Strip was to remain under Israeli control, but the Palestinians were allowed up to eight coastal police vessels. Okay. The PA was allowed to operate 2 helicopters and 4 fixed-wing transport aircraft between Gaza and Jericho, all subject to Israeli aircraft traffic control and security provisions. Israel promised to release within 5 weeks about 5,000 Palestinian political prisoners not involved in fatal acts of terrorism. Prisoners who belong to groups that oppose the peace process, such as the Hamas and Islamic Jihad, would not be included. The PA undertook not to prosecute or harm Palestinians who had collaborated with Israel. Israel retained jurisdiction over offenses committed in the settlements and IDF installations and by Israelis in the territories. Additional provisions dealt with economic relations, including import to export regulations, tourism, taxation, and monetary policy. You think you found it in Discord stream chat? Okay. Facebook link. Whoop. This is him, apparently, in South Africa? Oh. It's actually him speaking, though. This doesn't seem like the audio. Translate. Doesn't help. Okay, thank you. That's what Arafat sounded like. True. Smug Bug didn't even check the link. What a fucking idiot. All right. Translation is legit. Shut the fuck up. All right. All right. Okay. There's not audio of him saying it then? They said it was behind closed doors. Okay. There is. Oh, God. Where did you link it? You link it in stream chat. I only look at stream chat. Rick Montana, where is it? Is it in Lego Fortnite? No. You have to link it in stream chat. There we go. Let's see what this is. This is Washington Post, so I need to get rid of the paywall, which means I probably won't see a video. Well, I guess we trust the Washington Post. Let's see. Israelis spent decades dismissing the words of Arafat as meaningless and false. Now they take those words more seriously than the PLO chairman does himself, and so they should. In a May 10th speech in a Johannesburg mosque, Arafat called for a jihad to liberate Jerusalem. He then suggested that his peace agreement with Israel was only a tactical step that could still be reversed. These words touched off a political firestorm in Israel. Officials say Arafat's remarks call into question the PLO's commitment to peace. Ooh. Arafat's advisors offer slippery explanations of what their boss meant to say. He did not intend jihad as holy war, its customary usage. He was calling for a non-violent campaign of liberation of Jerusalem. His reference to a peace treaty abandoned before the forces of the Prophet Muhammad took Mecca had been distorted by the Israeli media. Arafat was actually showing that Muslims keep their commitments. Pardon my Arabic, hogwash. Is this an opinion piece? I think this is an opinion piece. It's an opinion piece, okay. Arafat knew how his words would be interpreted by South African Muslims unless he specified alternative, lesser-known meanings. The PLO Spin Control Squad explains that words mean what they want them to mean after Arafat has uttered them in another context. The truth is more prosaic. Arafat got caught by an unexpected tape recording that found its way to Radio Israel. He could not resist telling a Muslim audience that it wanted to what it wanted to hear and what in his heart of hearts he probably believes. To Muslims, Arafat preaches words of struggle while he talks of peace on the White House lawn and to the Israeli public. This is a return to form by Arafat, who survived in Arab politics, a continuation of war by other methods by playing off feuding Arab leaders against each other. But this time, his remarks have been gleefully seized upon by Israel's right-wing Likud opposition to flail Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Arafat's words wound Rabin by undermining Israeli public support for Rabin's peace efforts with the Palestinians and Syria. Rabin and Foreign Minister Shimon Peres have thus demanded that Arafat recommit himself in writing to peace. But what good is a new pledge from Arafat if he didn't mean it the first time? Why should Israel begin to believe this man now, after a political lifetime of manipulating words as ruthlessly as he manipulated people and causes for his own ends? Arafat promised his people war against Israel when he could not deliver it. Now he promises Israelis peace when both his ability and his desire to deliver it have to be more seriously questioned. But as events unfold, the Johannesburg mosque uproar should illustrate two essential points about the Israeli-Palestinian political accord. The first is that Rabin and Peres are not foolish enough to be better. Okay. Got it. All right. Whatever. Fuck. Let's see. Sundowner, are you ready for this 40-second speech? Tell me when, and I'll go.
This agreement, I'm not considering it
Oh, you speak in English. Okay.
more than the agreement which had been signed between our Prophet Muhammad and Quraysh. And you remember, Khalifa Umar had refused this agreement and considering it sulh al-daniyya. But Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam had accepted it, and we are accepting now this peace accord.
He didn't mention the jihad in that one. Okay, whatever. We'll move on. The IDF withdrew from Jericho on May 13th and from most of the Gaza Strip on May 18th to 19th, 1994, and PA police and officials immediately took control. During the first few days, there was a spate of attacks on Israeli troops and civilians in and near the Strip. Arafat himself arrived in Gaza to a tumultuous, chaotic welcome on July 1st. An exile for almost all of his life, he was treading Palestinian soil for the first time since 1967. Ooh. Might have to look deeper into it. Okay. Much of the PLO Tunis bureaucracy and thousands of PLO troops, now designated police, came with him, and Gaza City was transformed into the PA's capital. The self-government apparatus, including a number of security forces, Arafat was later to be charged with instituting a highly authoritarian, occasionally brutal, corrupt regime, worse in some respects than the Israeli occupation it replaced, was mainly manned by people from the exterior, though PLO activists from the territories were inducted as well. The PLO, impoverished by the Gulf War, was hamstrung when it arrived in the area. Immediately after signing the DOP, 35 countries pledged a total of $3.2 billion to set the self-rule areas on their feet, but only a small fraction of this money materialized during the following years. Many donors feared that lack of adequate oversight meant that the funds might not be used for their designated purposes. The chief anxiety concerned PLO corruption. Of course, this was what happened, wasn't it? Because don't people argue that like Arafat might have been a fucking billionaire? This personal, a really big personal fortune, anyway. Don't know if he was actually a billionaire, but. From the start, the PA was thus short of cash to pay wages and running costs and to develop infrastructure. Within weeks, Arabs who had welcomed the liberation became disenchanted. Peace with Israel and freedom were not leading to instant prosperity. Security problems by way of Israeli closures of the territories triggered by terrorist attacks added to their economic woes. Bigger than Abbas, it seems to be, yeah. The Hassan of his time. Oh no. Arafat found his popularity dwindling as support for his fundamentalist rivals grew. As to security, both the Palestinians and Israel were caught up in a dilemma. The DOP had effectively made Arafat responsible for stopping anti Israel terrorism from his areas. But clamping down on the Hamas and Islamic Jihad meant that he would be arresting and torturing those who carried the torch of liberation. Protecting the Israelis would alienate a growing number of his own people, especially as, during 94 to 96, Israel acted against the militants with mass arrests, curfews, and closure orders. Laborers were prevented from continuing to work in Israel and sometimes between Palestinian populated areas. Palestinians began to question the peace agreement. They had received small slivers of territory, most of them overcrowded and poor, and had committed themselves to reining in their own freedom fighters. Where were the promised economic benefits and the Palestinian state the PLO and Intifada activists had fought for? As Arafat lost more and more of his support base, he grew less able to grant concessions to Israel, making it that much more difficult for Rabin himself, harried by fundamentalist terrorism, and the Israeli right to proceed with the process and give the PA more territory and authority, with which Arafat could appease his critics. Rabin understood that only giving the Palestinians more and quickly would reduce the number of terrorists by reducing the motivation to join them. Arafat's solution until March 1996 was to go through the motions of curtailing terrorism while allowing the Hamas and Islamic Jihad to mount occasional dramatic attacks. His security forces would then arrest the foot soldiers, but would generally release them after the spotlight had been turned off. The fundamentalist infrastructure and leadership were by and large left untouched. Arafat hoped thus to appease Rabin and Israeli public opinion without alienating the Palestinian masses or risking a civil war with the fundamentalists, who were particularly strong in the Gaza Strip. In any case, the occasional jolt to Israel may have satisfied his deep antipathy to the state and people that had been humiliated him for decades, and confronted with his understanding of how one could extract concessions. The 1994 to 96 period was the heyday of the suicide bombers. Their masters favored Israeli cities on Fridays and Sundays, when IDF soldiers were on their way home for weekend leave or heading back to their bases. The Islamic Jihad at this time, as a matter of policy, targeted soldiers. The Hamas generally did not distinguish between soldiers and civilians. On April 6, 1994, a Hamas terrorist set off a car bomb next to a bus in downtown Afula in the Jezreel Valley, killing 8, including himself, and wounding 43. A Hamas announcement said the bombing was in revenge for the Hebron massacre 40 days before. A smaller bomb, again carried by a Hamas suicide, blew up at the entrance to a bus in Hadera Central Station a week later, killing 5 and wounding 32. Israeli closure orders, curfews, and roundups then stymied a number of operations. But 6 months later, the Hamas struck again. On October 9th, 2 terrorists opened fire on a string of restaurants in Jerusalem, killing 1 Israeli and wounding 20 before being shot down. The same day, a Hamas squad kidnapped an Israeli soldier and held him hostage, demanding the release of Sheikh Yassin and 200 other fundamentalist prisoners. Israeli intelligence eventually located the hideout in Bir Nabala, a small village near Ramallah, and on October 14th, commandos burst into the house in a rescue attempt. In the gunfire, the hostage, his 3 captors, and one of the raiding party died and 10 soldiers were wounded. This chapter is so long compared to all the other ones. Most of these... Oh, it's here. Okay. It's a big, in-depth chapter. Well, fuck me. All right. On October 19th, another Hamas suicide boarded a bus in downtown Tel Aviv's Dizengoff Street and blew himself up, killing 21 and wounding 43. The shock to Israel was tremendous. Right-wing crowds gathered on street corners and berated the government as responsible and Rabin and Peres as traitors. But the worst, or from the terrorist point of view, the most successful, was the attack by 2 Islamic Jihad suicide bombers dressed as IDF soldiers on January 22, 1995, at a refreshment stand crowded with soldiers at the Beit Lid junction east of Netanyahu. 22 soldiers, most of them paratroops from a nearby camp, died and dozens more were injured. Half a year later, there were 2 more Hamas suicide bus bombings on July 24th, 95 in downtown Ramat Gan, killing 5 and injuring 30. And on August 21st, when 4 died and 100 or so were injured in Jerusalem's Ramat Eshkol neighborhood. Again, there were right-wing demonstrations around the country directed against Rabin the traitor. The Oslo process and the handover of territory to the Palestinians had led to a major increase in the dimensions and frequency of terrorism, with the focus shifting from the territories to targets inside Israel. For the Hamas and Islamic Jihad, the Gaza Strip and Jericho now served as relatively secure bases. In the eyes of many Israelis, Rabin and Peres had failed to deliver on their promise that peace would halt or curtail terrorism. Their response that it would be a drawn-out affair with ups and downs, with terrorism vanishing or being substantially reduced only in the long haul, was not completely persuasive or comforting. A sketchy transcript. Okay. What the fuck? I'll get into that in a minute. Arafat's unwillingness or inability to control the terrorism, in part emanating from his self-rule enclaves, clearly contravened the letter and spirit of the agreements. But Israel too violated a number of important provisions and certainly acted in a manner contrary to the spirit of the accord. Yes, they did. It continued to expand settlements and increase construction in and around East Jerusalem in an effort to establish facts on the ground in advance of permanent status negotiations, in which Jerusalem was expected to figure large. Israel also failed to activate the safe corridors between the Strip and the West Bank and failed to free all the prisoners it had agreed to release. Moreover, it repeatedly halted in response to terrorist attacks the talks on further withdrawals from the West Bank cities to which it was committed. This is the redeployments. Yeah. I wonder if Netanyahu is going to come up, probably in the next chapter. Nevertheless, the talks progressed, eventuating on September 28, 1995, in the main interim agreement that came to be known as Oslo II. The DOP and exchange of letters of recognition had been Oslo I, signed in Washington by Rabin, Peres, and Arafat. Entitled the Israeli-Palestinian Interim Agreement on the West Bank and Gaza Strip, it provided for elections in the territories of an 82-man council and a Rais, or head of an executive authority, to take place 22 days after the IDF redeployment out of the populated centers of the West Bank. Special arrangements would obtain in Hebron, including the IDF withdrawal from most of the city, to take place by March 28, 1996. Israel would retain control of the Jewish suburb of Kiryat Arba and the Tomb of the Patriarchs, the adjacent downtown Jewish quarter, and the Old City area. Up to 400 Palestinian policemen with 100 rifles and 200 pistols would move into the city. Okay. The PA would take control of the evacuated West Bank areas, bringing in contingents of police whose total should not exceed 12,000 in the West Bank and 18,000 in the Strip.
Fuck bastard.
Chris Stoltz, thanks for the $5. Boner box. Good one. Never heard that one before. All right, nice one. Boner box. Jesus Christ. Ugh, it's crazy out there. Crazy. Ugh. This is mostly reaffirming what I already knew, but I didn't know about the Arafat speech in South Africa, and I also didn't know about the way that the delegations were kind of cucked. Yeah, okay. Like, I didn't know about Shimon Peres and him letting slip to a journalist that he did something similar to Arafat. He wanted the peace talks with the delegates before Oslo to just drag for 10 years whilst they established settlements and established facts on the ground. Peres said something similar. We read that yesterday. And also Rabin and Perez's unwillingness or like reluctance to get into the peace process, that they felt was more to do with necessity than any kind of like idealist thought. The PA would take control of the evacuated West Bank areas, bringing in contingents of police whose total should not exceed 12,000 in the West Bank and 18,000 in the Strip. The force would have a total of 15,000 light weapons, rifles and pistols, 240 machine guns, 45 wheeled armed vehicles, and 15 light armed vehicles. The Israelis and the Palestinian police would conduct joint patrols along specified routes in the West Bank and the Strip. The further IDF redeployments out of the Arab-populated rural areas of the West Bank were to take place gradually at 6-month intervals, within 18 months of the inauguration of the council. Eventually, Israeli troops would remain only in Jewish settlements and in designated military installations, whose fate would be determined in the permanent status negotiations. Israel guaranteed safe passage to vehicles and passengers traveling between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank along a number of designated routes. Israel would retain responsibility for the security along the West Bank's and Gaza Strip's borders and for Israelis and Israeli settlements in the territories. The West Bank was divided into 3 types of areas. In Area A, comprising evacuated cities, the Council or PA would be responsible for security and public order. In Area B, containing most of the Arab towns and villages and some 68% of the Palestinian Arab population, the PA would wield full civil authority and would regulate public order. But Israel would have ultimate authority over security. In effect, the area would be jointly controlled by Israeli and Palestinian armed forces. In Area C, covering the largely unpopulated state lands in the West Bank and the Israeli settlements and military camps, Israel would retain responsibility for security and public order, but the PA would have responsibility for the civil services, health, education, and the like for the Arabs. The agreement called for a number of Israeli confidence-building measures, including the release in 3 stages of all Palestinian detainees and prisoners except those involving security offenses that had resulted in fatality or serious injury. Arab collaborators were not to be subjected to acts of harassment, violence, retribution, or prosecution by the PA. The PA reaffirmed its commitments to make the necessary changes in the Palestinian Covenant to act against terrorism and terrorists within its area of governance. Last, the agreement stipulated that Israel and the Palestinians would begin negotiating the permanent status of territories, meaning such issues as Jerusalem, settlements, specified military locations, Palestinian refugees, borders, and foreign relations no later than May 4th, 96, which would lead to the implementation of Resolutions 242 and 338. The implication was that there would be a further final exchange of territory for peace. As to the critical issue of water and sewage, the 2 sides agreed that Israel recognizes Palestinian water rights in the West Bank, but these will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations. For the time being, Israel agreed to increase the amount of water allocated to the Palestinians, and the Palestinians agreed to do nothing to imperil the West Bank's and Gaza's water resources, from which Israel also drew and draws much of its supplies. During November and December 1995, the IDF withdrew from the West Bank's main towns apart from Hebron, Jenin, Kalkilia, I don't know, Tulkarm, Nablus, Ramallah, El Bireh, and Bethlehem, and the PA police moved in. Apart from jeering and the ritual burning of Israeli flags, the transfers of power were uneventful. On January 20th, 1996, the Palestinians voted and Arafat was overwhelmingly elected Rais. His supporters, most of them mainstream Fatah, won most of the council seats. This was when he got like 90% of the vote. Yeah. Because of another wave of suicide bombings in February to March in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, the Israeli government announced a postponement of the redeployment in Hebron, which had been scheduled for the end of March. On April 24th, the PNC meeting in Gaza voted 504 to 54 with 214 abstentions to amend the covenant to remove those articles calling for the elimination of Israel. Hey. This is again what I mean by like actually revising your charter and not just publishing a second document and leaving the other one up. It's a really good comparison. I wish I'd thought of that before. Fuck. All right, I am. Subsequently, on May 3rd, 1996, Prime Minister Perez announced that his government was committed to the Hebron redeployment, which would take place after the Israeli general elections newly scheduled for May 29th. And this, I think, was Mr. Netanyahu coming in. Okay, that's good. I feel like that's a good little segment of reading. Gives me much better understanding of the delegation thing as well. Because the question I was asking was, why did Israel go with Arafat to Oslo instead of keep on the Washington delegation? And I think it's because Perez didn't really want to budge on the delegation. Like their talks weren't really going anywhere, partly because Shimon Peres might have even been wanting to just like pretend to negotiate for 10 years whilst they expanded settlements. Arafat got involved from Tunisia because he was losing credibility and he wasn't involved in the talks at all. And like the fucking writhing snake that he is, he went to Oslo basically to negotiate behind the scenes with fucking Israel. And I guess Israel went with that because Arafat had more credibility. I guess he was more popular, but also because Arafat didn't understand the situation on the ground as well as the delegates did. The delegates were actually from the territories. So that's why Oslo didn't say anything about fucking settlements. Like, yeah, I don't know. Even though that was a massive issue. I think that's where I am now with understanding all of that. I might reread this and take notes because I read it yesterday when I was quite tired. And also, Rabin very much, and Shamir, more so Rabin, didn't really pursue the Oslo Accords out of a idealism, like a kind of idealist bid for peace. It was more because he thought that Israel and the United States could only maintain that bargaining position after the fall of the Soviet Union for so long. He thought eventually like Iran, Iraq, and the Russian Federation would grow against them. Yeah. So he wanted to get peace before the negotiating position was weakened. That makes sense. That doesn't really contradict much of any of what I already understood. They called Madrid a conference of surrender. Yeah. I think I can hear my phone buzzing. Post-election, dead period. And yeah, the PLO talks were happening. It was like academics talking behind the scenes. Yeah. Okay. Did you see my flowchart? Nope. Oh. Hello, Gav? Hello? Hello? Oh, you can't talk. Okay. Give me 5. Okay, well, I just heard my phone going off, and I need the bathroom, and I want some food, so I'm going to be back in a minute, all right? I wonder where I can send you guys. I can do the Chud thing and just show you my own content while I go on break. Or show you Chud's content.
Of how CP is a commodity on a similar moral level to fucking Cobalt, but out of a context.
Stamp of approval so far. You do.
Hey!
Oh no!
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you.
He is smashing the super chats though, eh? Look at him go. And the viewers. What a dude. Alright. For fuck's... What? What? Beast process content. No, that's really unfair of me to do that. Yeah, fuck. You can just go to his channel and watch his stuff. New Keffel's video. No, I'm just gonna show you. I'm gonna show you this. Okay, we're gonna watch this video.
People might not feel that.
All right.
People might not feel that when it comes to the vibes that are put on in the media. When we talk about economic stability and when we talk about like stability of what the presidential policy is on these issues.
Well, yeah, when you said vibes there, that's the problem, is that you can have these like unemployment levels that we haven't seen since the 1960s and all these kind of things, but then the fact is that people still feel like there are economic issues. I mean, what's out? Is this just like...
There's other economic pressures like high levels of debt, medical debt, for example, which are still staying the same, which is why healthcare, back to Bernie Sanders today, is still like a top 3 issue for voters.
Are you sure it's not just like a bunch of like social media, instant gratification Zoomers ordering too much DoorDash, running out of money, and thinking there's a recession. Because the amount of people I see order DoorDash like more than once a week, or like, and then they wonder why they're scared. What's
I
going
think
on there?
some people got into bad habits during COVID, but I don't think that's the primary motivator. I really don't. I think that a lot of people were very helpful, particularly in the fallout of the Bernie movement, with a lot of big demands and big policy pushes on the national stage on issues that we had never heard about before, like Medicare for all, or systems of healthcare that we thought was almost like a far-off pipe dream, and still is a far-off pipe dream, at least for the time being. But when you're energized that way, and you're pushed that way, and you go out and you give it your all, and then you get crushed, and you get maybe 1/10 of what you wanted, or 2/10 of what you wanted, that might not be enough for some people to go out into the polls, which is why, again, the question needs to be put forward. Can it get worse? And it absolutely can.
I think as young politically active people, you guys both took like pretty different paths,
Yeah,
pretty
I wanna know what
exceptional paths
Dylan-
actually. You went to the front lines in Ukraine to take pictures.
Yeah.
And you are an organizer for, what's your job description for?
I basically work streamer operations and progressive
Streamer
victory.
operations, yeah.
Yeah, I go around finding the other streamers and basically, you know, helping manage and discuss future issues and what we should do to tackle those problems that arise. I want to know what started your political journey, Dylan. Like, what was the first time you became
Politics generally?
Yeah, how did you become politically aware, basically?
Well, when I was growing up, I was born to a mom who was heroin addicted, and she was using while she was pregnant with me.
Yeah.
I got very lucky. That thankfully had no effect on my development. I was very lucky. But that followed her for the rest of her life until she went into the grave. And during that process, I saw the difficulties that she had with getting health care, and how around election season she would get scared that her healthcare options would be targeted. I remember one of the last conversations I had with her was after Trump got elected, her being fearful that her healthcare options were going to get targeted because she had to rely on publicly funded healthcare.
Yeah.
I listened to stories of disrespect as she was a homeless resident in DC, of people as she falls, her body was slowly crippling, being unable to, when she fall on the ground, people just not even bothering to help her up. And that really angered me, and I was a very angry young man, and I wanted to find some outlet to vent my anger, and politics was that outlet. I thought, instead of, I don't know, joining a gang or something, I'd rather help try to make it better so somebody else doesn't have to deal with that.
What about you, Loner? How did you get politically active? What was your political awakening?
It was an autistic special interest when I was 18 that never went away.
Just stuck
But
with
I
you.
mean, like, I had a pretty varied background. Spent a few years living in Dubai, going to private schools, not the top ones, but you had to go to private school in Dubai.
Yeah.
But then also to living in some of the poorest communities in Scotland, where there was a lot of crime, a lot of teenage pregnancies, a lot of it was pretty rough. A lot of racism because of me being Middle Eastern, and then learning quite early on, the difference that which political parties in power can actually make for you. Because with me growing up in that community, the way that we got out was because my single mum at the time had managed to get just enough money to move us into an area that could get us to a better school, rather than being in one of the worst ones in the country. And the only way she could afford that was the difference that was made to her by child tax credits, which came from the Labour Party, which the Conservatives didn't want to do. So that was an example of how a very much lesser of two evils party, like Tony Blair's Labour Party, who went to Iraq, right, being able to actually make that difference just with one policy. And that actually, So seeing that impact and knowing where that comes from, and how that affected my life, I'm you notice it.
I mean, the child tax credit reduced childhood poverty in the United States by 50% in the short period that was introduced. Obviously, once it was unable to be renewed, and the Republicans blocked it from being renewed twice, and then it was taken back, that reduction in childhood poverty was greatly smashed. It greatly slashed it. It reduced it a lot. But it just shows that who is in Congress. If we just had 4 or 5 more seats in Congress, we probably would have been able to renew the child tax credit, which was supposed to be the starting point to addressing childhood poverty.
And I think when you're a child as well, the effects of inequality and lacking just a few basic things is so massive on your growth and development. Because I even noticed that when I was a bit older, I started to work in schools of deprived areas where we would go in and teach music to kids who were falling behind. And seeing that, of just spending an hour a week with these kids, showing them just how to play like a couple of chords on the guitar or on the keyboard or drums or something like that, and noticing that the amount of confidence they gained from doing that just in an hour a week was huge.
Yeah.
Like some people who were just afraid to talk or to anyone were suddenly going around the room and like making friends and things like that, and some even like being cheeky with the teachers in like a positive way. Yeah, so like it's a pretty big difference. But then you also notice that regardless of how much that offered them, at the end of the day, for some of them, they would learn something, then they'd go back home, write to an abusive parent or like an angry dad or mum, and then they're suddenly back in the exact same environment that made them like unable to learn or keep that thing up in the first place. So knowing that like that one thing can make a big change, but then there's all these other things that can just set you right back just within the,
Another, I think that's interesting because earlier today when I was canvassing, one of the doors that we knocked was a woman who was a mother, and she was talking about how she felt like the cost of living continuously goes up, but the minimum wage stays the same. And I think something that's important to know is that at least under the Biden administration, there's been stronger unions. Basically, there's been a lot of pro-union policy, and the reason why I bring it to that is because we have a party in the United States currently trying to help labor rights. You know, it's not the easiest thing in the world, but it is like fundamentally important so that people get paid better, so that they have better jobs, and so that those people can go back to their families and have proper time with their children and be able to love and support them, which is, you know, a difficult task to do if you have to work like 12 hours just so you can get food on the table, you know?
When I was working in the DC, I worked shortly. I was interning. I was learning the ropes at a healthcare workers union in the DC area, SEIU 1199. And this was during the late Trump administration, during the Trump admin. The NLRB during the Trump admin was absolutely god-awful. It did everything it could to do nothing. And that means when the unions needed help with policy, with violations of either the rules and regulations that guide these companies, what they can do with their workers, how they're supposed to negotiate with their workers, how they're able to take a contract and to deal with the union so they have better working conditions. Whatever it was done on behalf of the workers, the NLRB under the Trump administration did basically next to nothing. And I got constant complaints from union members about that while I was interning. When the Biden NLRB came in, one of the strongest points that most progressives that I talk to, even the most left-leaning progressives that I talk to, will admit is the Biden NLRB.
Listen, guys, I know we had a really good time reading that chapter from that book. But whoop, okay, to be organized. Now this is it's all right. How do I? How does one get all of them? To be organized folder. Oh no. How do you? There should be a way to download all. From this kind of thing, is it? How? What's happening? Hold F4. You're so funny. Yeah, why? There's a download option here, but oh, it says zipping the files. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Let me see. Let's learn about Navalny.
Well, let's hear more from our correspondent now, Paul Adams, who looks back at the life of Alexei Navalny.
For years, Alexei Navalny was a
Hang on. 1 second. Okay. Got him.
thorn in the side of the Kremlin. A lawyer by training, he started out as an anti-corruption blogger. But he shot to prominence in 2011 during protests over parliamentary elections tainted by allegations of fraud. The demonstrations were the largest Russia had seen for years. Navalny was arrested, suddenly emerging as a significant opposition figure. His charismatic presence on the streets soon made him a regular target of the authorities. Alexei Navalny was a strong nationalist, but also a fierce critic of Russia's powerful elites. He developed a huge following on social media, publishing regular investigations into high-level corruption. His popular YouTube channel with its slick videos was full of allegations against prominent figures.
What we are seeing now is that the internet is the #1 concern for the current regime, and its #1 enemy too.
His revelations led to official harassment. His offices searched, he and his staff detained. In 2017, he was attacked with green dye, causing damage to his right eye. The following year, he was barred from running for president, manhandled and arrested at a demonstration in Moscow. And in 2020, he was poisoned, falling ill on a flight from Siberia. He was evacuated to Germany for treatment. International chemical weapons experts found traces of the nerve agent Novichok. Navalny survived and accused Vladimir Putin of trying to have him killed. 5 months later, Navalny returned to Russia, only to be thrown in jail once more. Protests erupted across the country, fueled in part by publication of yet another video accusing Russia's president of corruption. Despite a hunger strike and international pressure, Navalny remained behind bars, designated a terrorist and sentenced to long years in prison. Alexei Navalny leaves behind a wife, daughter and son, and a country where opposition has been utterly stifled.
Well, that from our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. In a moment or two, we'll talk to the long-time Putin critic, Bill Browder, just establishing the line to him, a few connectivity problems. But let's bring in John Simpson, the BBC's World Affairs.
How come Putin's enemies die abnormally young? I mean, fuck's sake. It's so sad.
Editor, and John, you met and interviewed Alexei Navalny several times, didn't you?
Yes, in particular around 2013, which was the kind of high point of his political opposition to the Kremlin. He actually got 27% of the vote in Moscow for the office of mayor. And that was under a system where it was really hard for the opposition to rack up votes. And I spoke to him, I followed him.
Oh, I was just pretending to have sussy shit in my folder, but oh, whatever. Big deal. How do I... Oh, there are videos as well. Let's see what we got here. Ah! What the fuck is an HEIC file? The fuck? That's for videos. Will they just let me, like, scroll through them? It won't let me scroll through the folder. What the fuck? I don't know. Let's see.
I admired him quite a lot. He was a very good public speaker. He knew how to get a crowd worked up in his favor. And of course, the issue that he concentrated on then and ever since was the issue of corruption. He called Vladimir Putin the richest man in the world, which could perhaps possibly be true. He was behind issuing 500, I think, photographs of the apparent palace that Vladimir Putin's built for himself on the Black Sea coast. It's these kind of issues which really disturbed Mr. Putin and the Kremlin in general, because they know how that plays with ordinary Russians. I mean, most people probably wouldn't support Navalny in an election.
Why does this fucking
but they
folder
are angered by
not let me jump to the next one in the folder? You'd think it would let you do that. Why is this image viewer so shit? Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because I haven't extracted the I think that's why.
by the sense of corruption at a time when things were quite hard for ordinary Russians. And that was why Mr. Putin had to get him arrested, had to silence him. I was reminded rather of what happened to Nelson Mandela in South Africa, who was kept under
okay, let's look what we got. I'll finish this
really good conditions for the last sort of 10, 15 years of his time in jail, because the South African government knew that at some point it was going to have to negotiate with him. On the contrary, in Russia, Putin knew there was no utter possibility of negotiating with Navalny, so they didn't care how they treated him. This must have come as a shock to everybody. I mean, he really did seem to be in reasonable health, even though the camp where he's held is an appalling one, 40 miles into the Arctic Circle. Nevertheless, he seemed to have the physical resilience to be able to cope with the circumstances there. Clearly not.
And only yesterday I was mentioning that we saw footage of that court appearance from Navalny. He had complained pretty recently, hadn't he, about the conditions he was being held in. That was one of the reasons for his recent transfer, wasn't it?
Yes, and he complained in particular about being malnourished, and he looked malnourished too. Under those circumstances, he was probably eating only about half of the amount that a healthy adult would need to eat to counter the effects of a Russian winter. It's a brutal prison as well. He had a hard time there, and you can imagine he was probably singled out for particular treatment by the warders, but nevertheless he managed to stand up to it. Whether his health just suddenly collapsed or whether it's something even more sinister, we can't at this stage know. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if the circumstances do come out at some stage, and I think the pressure will then be even stronger on Vladimir Putin.
And John, what do you make of the timing? Because we're only a few weeks away, aren't we, from the latest presidential elections. In some way, this will represent some sort of warning shot, won't it, to any sort of criticism or outspoken critics within Russia?
Yes, well, of course, I mean, we've got to be certain in our minds, Matthew, whether there was some kind of deliberate attempt to silence him permanently, or whether he just died as a result of the way that he'd been treated. either could be perfectly true. If it was a deliberate attempt to silence him before the elections, then I mean, that is, of course, a very serious issue. I mean, the fact is that Navalny would have played no part in anybody's minds, really, in the election. I mean, was out of the game from the moment that he came back to Russia after being treated for the Novichok poisoning in Germany. So it wouldn't, he's not a kind of leading influence there. There are very, very few other figures brave enough in Russia to speak out in any way. And we've seen several of them being jailed over the last few months, so the last year or so. So this is not, I think, an attempt to silence an active opposition. Whether it's an attempt to say, look, I am all powerful by Putin, you can't touch me, you've got to just simply do what I say, well, I mean, that must be a possibility.
Oh, sorry. I was saying the subreddit is too pink. It's or purple. I feel like the background, like this actual last background should be black, right? I think it's too purple. It's too purple. I'll have to look into it. This is good. This is good. All this, it just needs to be black. Yeah. Neon green text. I don't know. It's too purple. it's too purple. All right, let's see some of these pictures of the event, eh? See if we got any bangers. Not enough bisexual. Stop. Oh yeah, we had this like fucking like all these mini games and the massive Kinect 4 board. That was pretty fun. Fucking beer pong. I never actually played any beer pong. It was cringe. Look at that though. Look at how many wankers are in this hall for canvassing. Biden cut out. Okay. Whoa, so cool. Soy. I didn't come to this. I didn't see this. This must have been when we went to the house and they went out afterwards. Okay. What the fuck is Lauren doing there? She's helping the Democrats and protesting about it the whole time. So she didn't come to canvassing. Yeah, this is the karaoke bar that I didn't go to because we just went to the hype house. Lauren De Laguna. Hey, that's me. And Counter Connor. I like this shirt. This is my favorite shirt. My good shirt. This guy's jacket was fucking incredible. These are all studs. Check the DMs, read the Reddit colors. Oh. Dark mode colors are fun. Oh, that's not good. Rob Noor wasn't happy with Counterpoints participating. Yeah, but Counterpoints will just say his reason is that the Republic is more important than Trump's Republican Party. which is based, actually. It's actually a very base thing to say. Like, if all your fucking colleagues are just ramming down the road of fascism, like, you kind of have to make a choice. And I'd like to think that if there was like if the Democrats had been taken over by Stalinists and all the moderate Republicans actually controlled their party, there would be a similar thing going the other way. This is a really good coat. I like this coat. She offered to let me try it, but I was like, nah, I'm too wide. I might break it. I didn't want to risk wrecking that coat. What's this? Oh, they're setting up the stream room. Cool. I remember that guy. And there's just a bunch of fucking videos that I can't see on this because it's Apple. Okay. Obama. All right, nice one. Oh no, wait, the Obama thing was in that folder. This fucking flag. Someone made a Destiny flag and got us to sign it. It's so weird. They could have got a better flag, I think. They should have gone full Confederate, but oh well. It's worth millions. I just want to make sure it doesn't go to... what we got here? Cute. Nice one. I didn't see this house. Oh yeah, the debate. The Ohio polycule. Yeah. All right. That was good. That's some good photographs. The fucking himbo shoot isn't there yet, but one day, my friends. The Vosh Rad sign. Yeah. Who is that bearded man? I don't know. Don't actually know. Oh, God. Oh, no. I won't believe it until I see it. I won't believe it until I actually see people like this try to set up camp in Gaza and literally get thrown out by the IDF before they even take an inch. Photoshopped. It might be. I don't know. Wait, is it photoshopped? Okay. The Maniacs of Gush Katif. I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, there are people who want that. There are like a sizable proportion of the Israeli population that wants to do that. So I don't know why you would underestimate that shit. Oh. So we got one segment out of today so far, the Zex Easy video. That was a good one. I love a good don't vote video. We haven't done that for a while, you know? We haven't done a video about why you should vote for a long time. Joe Biden holds Putin responsible for Navalny's death.
We're about to
Really?
see Joe Biden. He's just walked in to that room in the White House. We saw the podium all set up. So we're moments away from the US president, his first public comments after that news broken. Let's just bring the microphones up, put the pictures up, and hear Joe Biden.
I'm literally both not surprised and outraged by the news. reported death of Alexei Navalny. He bravely stood up to the corruption, the violence, and all the bad things that the Putin government was doing.
Oh, I think I was supposed to talk to Progressive Victory people on stream today about some of the drama. Will I do that today or tomorrow? I mean, I can do it anytime. Doesn't matter. All right.
In response, Putin had him poisoned. He had him arrested. He had him prosecuted for fabricated crimes. He sentenced him to prison. He was held in isolation. Even all that didn't stop him from calling out Putin's lies. Even in prison, he was a powerful voice for the truth, which is kind of amazing when you think about it. And he could have lived safely in exile after the assassination attempt on him in 2020, which nearly killed him, I might add. But he was traveling outside the country at the time. Instead, he returned to Russia. He returned to Russia, knowing he'd likely be imprisoned or even killed if he continued his work. But he did it anyway, because he believed so deeply in his country, in Russia. Reports of his death, if they're true, and I have no reason to believe they're not, Russian authorities are going to tell their own story. But make no mistake, Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. Putin
isn't Navalny racist and Islamophobic? I mean, he might be, but that's not why he was poisoned and then arrested and taken to the fucking Arctic, and why he might have died under his conditions. Why, yeah, very much as a result of the conditions that he was in prison for. That's because he was an opponent of the Putin regime. Yeah, he might not have been great, but we're talking about someone who's getting fucking, like, targeted by the government for opposing government corruption. Like,
is responsible. What has happened to Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality. No one should be fooled, not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world. Putin does not only target his citizens of other countries, as we've seen in what's going on in Ukraine right now, he also inflicts terrible crimes on his own people. And as people across Russia and around the world are mourning Navalny today because he was so many things that Putin was. Was not. He was brave.
Oh, I was muted. I was just reading out the thing. Fuck you. Fuck you.
He was principled. He was dedicated to building a Russia where the rule of law existed and where it applied to everybody. Navalny believed in that Russia. He knew it was a cause worth fighting for, and obviously even dying for. This tragedy reminds us of the stakes of this moment. We have to provide the funding so Ukraine can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious onslaughts and war crimes. You know, there was a bipartisan Senate vote that passed overwhelmingly in the United States Senate to fund Ukraine. Now, as I've said before, and I mean this in a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching the House of Representatives. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. It's going to go down in the pages of history. It really is. It's consequential. And the clock is ticking. And this has to happen. We have to help now. You know, we have to realize what we're dealing with Putin. All of us should reject the dangerous statements made by the previous president that invited Russia to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their dues, he'd encourage Russia to, quote, do what they want. I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking, but let me be
He
clear.
did say that. Fuck, Biden's gonna. He had a bit of a stumble there. I know.
This is an outrageous thing for a president to say. I can't fathom. From Truman on, they're rolling over in their graves hearing this. As long as I'm president, America stands by our sacred commitment to our NATO allies as
He
they
was
have
he was
stood by their commitments to.
he was thinking of saying the N-word, but he he held back. Oh God. Fuck. There's this. I read this article from MSNBC about Lyndon Johnson's use of the N-word in private, and I could never read it on stream, but it's just the funniest fucking. I didn't know he was such a massive. Like, I knew he said the N-word, but I didn't know he used it in such a fucking mask off, like shameless, in such an aggressive, militant way. Like,
us repeatedly. Putin and the whole world should know, if any adversary were to attack us, our NATO allies would back us. And if Putin were to attack a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. Now's the time for even greater unity among our NATO allies, to stand up to the threat that Putin's Russia poses. You know, I send my deepest condolences to Alexei's staff and supporters. We're going to continue his work despite this loss, despite all of Putin's desperate attempts to stamp out the opposition, and most of all to his family, especially to his wife, his daughter, and his son, who have already sacrificed so much for their family and a shared dream for a better future for Russia. So I just want to say God bless Alexei Navalny. His courage will not be forgotten.
And God
I'm
bless the
sure
Confederate.
It will not be the only courage we see coming out of Russia in the near term. Thank you.
okay. Okay, well, we've got the thing that you guys clearly really all came here for. Let's go back to the drama. Okay, I'm gonna sit back and
If it didn't bother you, we all wouldn't be here.
If what?
you have to go through the difficult stuff before we can do the fun stuff again. And, we read all that. We read like 20 pages of the transition from Madrid into the peace process. That was pretty good, and the Oslo Accords. And now we gotta. That was the fun part. Okay, now we gotta go back to the slog.
If it didn't bother you, we all wouldn't be here right now.
Your mic sucks. You lose.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Okay.
I literally can't hear you. Can you repeat yourself one more time?
Can't even hear you. Wait, who are you talking to? You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Blondie.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to
Did
me.
she leave?
I was up in the background.
She ran.
Did she leave?
Probably. I think she's
Monday.
lagging out. Actually.
Did anyone hear what she said?
Yeah, she said we wouldn't be here if you weren't threatened by her.
And she said you're a dumb cunt.
And
Oh.
I heard that.
And fat.
I actually don't.
Is that fucking David? That sounds like David talking. There's no way. Is he getting influenced by these people? It was Darius. That didn't sound like Darius. That sounded like David.
Getting too much
She'd
weight.
be here
She says
unless
your
she
hair's
was
too
threatened by
flat.
me.
She
'Cause
might
I
be
was
trying
here
to get a new
before.
microphone.
Last
there
time I
she is.
checked,
Jesus
last time I
Christ.
checked, I thought Lav was skinny. What the hell?
That's not David.
So just as a
No.
quick thing, okay, just as a quick thing, because I know that Lav likes to run around and write history as much as she enjoys it.
Wow.
Mhm.
Just so that the timeline, everything. is
Which
clear.
you never do.
No, I don't, because unlike you, I actually have an online reputation that I'm trying to maintain.
That you're trying to
so-
lie about, yeah.
Well, one of us here has a history of recorded lies across like 4 different social media
Oh, yeah?
platforms, and one of us
And
here
what
has
are
been
those?
streaming for 15.
And what are those?
Stopping.
Well, I mean, it was the fact that Paris was 17 years old and not 19 years old when they originally hooked up. It was
And you have proof to the contrary?
Yes, I happen to know exactly when they hooked up because I know everything relating to that event. I know that you are wrong unless the birth dates
Yeah,
that are
when did they
being
hook up?
publicly stated, unless the birth dates that are being publicly stated are lies. You are wrong. There's
Wait,
a reason why you
when
stop
did they hook
talking about
up?
it. There's a
Wait,
reason
how
why you.
do you know?
How do I know? I know everything. I hear
Yeah, it's
everything.
just
I hear
Yeah,
everything
this
about
is
everything.
unsubstantiated. You're using this because it looks good for you, but you
It's
have
not
no proof to the
unsubstantiated.
contrary.
What do you mean? There's literally public proof of them hanging out. You have no idea.
Yes, years later. Years later.
Lav. So anyway,
You think the first time they hooked up was the first time they took a picture together?
no, I think
That's
they were. I
retarded.
think they were banging when they were 9 years old. They went to the same daycare. And
No, but you just have no proof to the contrary of what I'm saying, yet you called it a lie.
Yeah, but you have
because it
no
serves
proof of your
narrative.
initial claim. What are you talking
I
about?
never wanted to prove it.
Then why state it publicly?
You believed me. You believed me before I came out about you.
What do you mean I believed you?
You believed me about it when I told just you about it.
I probably heard you say it and went, wow, that's crazy. What do you mean I believe you? If you're not going to show me evidence,
you
I'm not going
heard that and you said that's a nuke. Be careful with that information.
Yeah, because it was a. Did you
Yeah,
misunderstand me?
Okay,
No,
next
wait.
Next lie.
Did you misunderstand me? It was
No,
a
next
nuke.
lie. Go ahead. Next lie.
Lav, it was a nuke for you.
Great.
And
now
it was.
Next lie. Let's move on.
I don't lie. You have no credibility to stand against me
my
for,
lie,
Lav.
my
Are you
lie.
serious?
Is the Kelly Jean
He
video
didn't
My
leaked?
lie.
No fuck.
I literally told you not to
lie.
leak it. You understand Hassan is my #1 political enemy. If that was actually a true statement and you could fuck his career up and shit, it actually happened or
If I
whatever.
would have said that before I came out about you, you would have been like, guys, leave her alone. It might be true. But the fact that I did it after I came out
You
about
are
you
running
is what serves your narrative.
you are running on
so you say
narrative
that I'm a
fumes.
liar.
Lav, you're
What is
running
the
on
next
narrative
lie?
fumes. You're running on narrative fumes. Lav, I've defended people that
This
have done
means
horrible
nothing
shit
to
to me.
me.
I don't
What
make
is the next
fake
lie?
claims
I
like
have a
that.
heavy
Anyway,
recorded.
What the fuck is this video
And my
doing?
recorded past.
Anyway,
It's intense.
Okay, so the history for whatever just the fuck happened in here is somebody messaged me and somebody said
No, hold on. You're
Lav
really
and another
trying
girl.
to get away from
Somebody
this.
messaged me.
My
Somebody messaged me.
lies.
Somebody
Steve,
messaged
my
me and
lies.
said somebody
Okay.
messaged
Oh,
me.
this
and said,
looks bad
Lav,
for
I'm
you,
not here to
Stevie.
go over your entire history.
And this
You're
whole
not doing
map
the
is just
conversation
designed by
hijacking.
someone,
You
right?
get away
So
with
it's built
every
as
other
a whole
person.
map.
for you? What
No,
else
it
have I
doesn't
lied
look
about?
bad for me, Lav. My mind is a fortress. It cannot get fucked
What
by
else
your
have I
stupid
lied
games.
about?
Okay.
What is my recorded
If
history of lying
Lav,
online?
I've got it's called youtube.com/destiny. There's a whole archive of them there if you want to go explore on your own. I'm not doing your homework for you,
So
okay?
what is the next thing I lied about? Please.
Okay, let me tell you the next thing. Sure, here's the next thing you lied about. So the history of this particular event was somebody messaged me and said
Evie,
that
you can't do
Lav
this.
is getting
you can't call
really
me a
mad.
liar and then do this.
Yep. So somebody said Lav is getting really mad because other people are posting lewds in the fucking lewds channel. And
Which
then
was
somebody
not
else messaged
real.
me and they were like, yeah, this one girl started posting lewds and then there's a YouTube video on Gisticle stream of Lav joining Discord, I think to complain about you guys being turned against each other or something. And then after I listened to like 2 minutes of that YouTube video, and then I started chatting with my friend and she's like, oh, I don't know, like
Lucy shall DM you on a Discord about something soon. Sure, why not? Sounds exciting.
should I do this? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you should do it. You look good. Post videos till Live kills herself. I think it'd be fucking funny. I'm being a bit hyperbolic. I don't want my queen to kill herself, obviously. But yeah, this was
Obviously. What would
after
you do without me?
I got roped in to this way after you guys were already fighting. I'm not the instigator.
wait, what's my
here.
lie
I'm just
here?
enjoying it.
You just said I lied here. What was the lie here?
Well, one lie is you say I talk differently to you privately than I do publicly. Second lie is
No,
that
you
you got the
do.
narrative and the timeline wrong on this. A third lie is you think I've only been friends with this girl for 2 weeks, which is really funny. A fourth lie is you said I was the instigator of this conflict, even
Wait,
though
I
doing
said
half
I
the conflict
thought?
already
That's
happened.
not a lie. I said I thought that you
You're
guys had
asserting
already-
it as part of your narrative. Of course it's a lie. You're using it to build a story to make a
Oh,
conclusion.
you are grasping at fucking straws, you
No,
windbag.
grasping at
Holy
straws is
shit.
what you're doing when you're saying,
No.
Destiny, this is you turning women against each other. I was just watching 2 women to fight that I haven't hooked up with. I think it's funny.
Steve.
Leah.
No fucking way.
Leah.
Okay, so for
Leah,
one,
this isn't a good
you
look
know-
for you
for
right
one-
now. Leah.
For one,
Oh,
your
God.
audience was obviously trying to get you to
This is
be
getting
in
better.
drama.
This is better
Obviously,
than it
they're
was to
thirsty.
begin with.
You know that
No,
your
they
audience does
aren't.
that.
I just happen to. The only reason I'm involved
No,
is because you
they're not.
happen to run into somebody that
No,
I
they're
happen
not,
to know.
Steve.
Correct. Lab, I just started talking in this Discord like 3 days ago. No, I have traditionally I'd like never joined this fucking Discord. No. What do you mean? Nobody's
Okay,
trying to
this
get
is
me
what
involved in
happened.
here.
This is what happened. She immediately upon joining the Discord, I think this week, tries to befriend me. I'm like, sure, we could be friends, whatever. Then today, out of nowhere, she tries to fight with me about like sex work or something, and is like really passive aggressive and weird. And I'm like, girl,
Wasn't passive
what?
aggressive. I was aggressive
Hold on.
aggressive. You
Weren't
suck.
you calling her a dog fucker a couple days ago, or is that like a friendly like thing between?
No,
like,
that was
two
just friend.
buddies?
No, that was just friendly because I was like, oh, there's a dog in this photo, and then she was like, oh, I'm just trying to be like you. It was friendly. It was fine.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, for the general schizo chat in here, you should just post the logs of both those things, and then boom, you got it.
Yeah,
Do
you
it.
actually can do that.
Yeah, you should do that. You should post logs of being like, hey, I want to be your friend, and then her being mean to you out of nowhere in the
Yeah.
channel. Yeah.
No, there are actually logs of that. I don't know how to find them.
Post them. You don't know how to find them anywhere?
Also,
No, I don't know how to search in the search bar.
Well,
I'm
you would
sure that
type
someone
it,
can
you do
that.
Control F, and then you would do @ and then you would do what's her name? The other person's name in this Discord server.
Can I speak?
I don't know. Can you?
Good.
I didn't say I want to be friends. I said I want to be allies because I know you love to tear other women down. So
No, that is not what you. Okay, girl, your logs are about to literally come out.
I
Why
know,
are
and
you
all
lying
of them
now?
say, "Let's be allies."
Receipts.
Oh my god, girl. I just don't even want to. Okay.
Lab, the day she posted the lewds in the channel, the first thing on stream is with you calling them out.
What
Oh
are you
yeah,
talking
she said I
about?
fucked my dog.
You started, you
The
lose.
day she posted them, you started being competitive and called it
Oh
out
wait,
in
so here are
chat.
the logs. I don't want to replace Lav. She is my ally. Carrier, I want to be ally. Stop it.
No,
That
it was before that. It was before that. It was before that.
before that. Okay.
Yeah.
What were the logs before that?
Her tagging me, like reaching out to, like
When you say
talking directly
reaching
to
out,
me.
does that talking directly? So she DM'd you?
Yeah,
No,
one
like
of the
she,
people
I
is
think
David.
she added me like
It's
in
just
the
there's someone who
chat.
sounds like David but isn't
Every
him. But
time I
there's also
just said I
there is
want to be
actually also
allies.
David's voice in there.
But okay.
Sure. I don't. Is that different than being friends?
This is why. What's he doing hanging out with these people when he should be reading about the 48 wars so he doesn't go and say dumb shit about fucking Al Husseini or the Arab goals or the war or fucking like whether or not Israel was losing at the beginning. Like, fuck me, David. These people are a bad influence. Fuck me.
Are friendly?
Yes.
Yes, yes, it is.
No, it's not. Like I know that for the sake of your argument, it's different, but generally, no, that is the same thing.
Then why didn't
You
you
a girl,
say friends?
Lab.
That's crazy, but okay.
Carrier and I are
Ally.
friends, and Lav and I are friends, and I act like a middleman for their communication.
That's okay, sure. I said we're friends. I didn't say I want. I was just saying that
So
because
you
you guys
know
were
that ally
fighting.
and friends is the same thing.
I was just saying that because you guys were fighting.
Interesting. Oh, you were just saying, like, girl, come on.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just check here. Is the standard for friendship that somebody said in a Discord once that like, oh yeah, we're friends, like immediate a conversation? Is that what when you say friend? I'm just trying to figure out because to me, friends is
No,
like
so
you have
out of-
conversations with each
no.
other, you might share problems. At the very least, you're like friendly and like
Okay,
DMs or something.
you're
Is
being
this just like
fucking autistic.
no?
She
Hold on.
literally
You putting out one message saying, "Well, we were close friends. We were friends with each other." I can't believe it. When you guys like don't talk to each other, don't have any
Wait,
friendship,
I
don't even
didn't say
DM.
that we were close friends to each other. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
then you weren't really friends at all. You were just like two people on a Discord.
No,
Yeah,
I was just. You said
I'm
I
not-
fucked my dog
we
like
were
the same night.
friendly.
It's not serious.
Oh, what
the
the fuck is
this
going
Kelly
on?
screen?
Is that
Am
true?
I-
Did you
am I-
accuse
am I
her of
actually-
fucking her dog?
Yeah, she did.
Oh
Yeah.
my god! Why would you say that?
Did she fuck her dog?
Yeah, she did.
Isn't there photos of you with your like mouth next to your dog's dick or something?
Ooh.
There is a photo of me sucking my dog off. Yeah, that's been all over the internet.
Not a good look for you, Leia. Yikes.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
you're using my
sucking him
real
off or
name
next to
now?
his dick? What the
Wait,
fuck?
hold on. I just blushed. Wait, hold on. I just blushed. You're using my real name. That's so crazy. I love the way that you
I'm
say
thinking
it.
about sucking your dog's dick or from the name?
Just from him saying my real name. So anyway, one, my timeline was correct. She did try to at least be friendly with me, be allies with me, and then we were totally fine. We'd make jokes with each other. Then
Wait, what?
she'd
make
she'd
jokes? What are you talking?
she'd say that I was hot in Lude's chat. When she posted, I was like naked woman, wah wah wah, like just like
What happens if you fall? Is everyone gonna fall?
normal friendly. And then today,
Where are they
she
going? Where's this
tried
lead?
to like
What's
start a fight with
happening?
me about like sex work. She was like,
Is this just
Lav
for
is doing
fun?
whatever,
Is this the
whatever. And
game?
I was like,
Or is there
what
any-
the
does it
heck?
not go anywhere
This
from
is so weird, girl. This is so weird. And then she was like, well, but I was nice to you before I learned that you were a bad or a mean-spirited person or whatever. And I was like, what? I've only been nice to you. And then she mentioned that she had heard some things. So I was like, destiny moment. Destiny moment. And then 10 minutes later, Amumu posted the screenshot where you were trying to pin us against each other or pin her against me.
What is this opening?
Why do you think? Do you think I care about your relationship with other people in Discord that much?
No, I think that you find it sexy to pin women that you've hooked up against each other. That's
No,
the claim.
why would I do that?
I don't know. Why did you do it?
I did it because you guys were ostensibly already fighting.
Oh, so you did do it. I just thought that you didn't do it.
Did you hear what I just said? What you're saying
Yes,
when you
I
say
did.
do it, do it.
I don't want to blow up your ego
Do
because you
it.
fuck women, but
Do
you have
it
a perfect
means
skin and
do
an
it.
amazing
Yes,
body.
we can
You
all
should
read.
always
When you
just
said
post
do it, you're
immediately
saying
after
pin
Lav
two people
until
against
she
each other.
kills
The
herself.
whole reason why I'm talking to
Is
her
that pinning
about this
someone against
particular
me?
thing. No, she was
There's a
already
move
pinned
here, I
against you. You
think.
guys were already fighting.
Wait, so you don't think that you can also pin someone against someone after they've been pinned? Like you don't think you can add to it?
That's
Oh, is
Hold
there
on. Wait.
there's a potential here,
Hold
I
on. Is
think,
that what you
maybe?
would like to reform your claim to be? That I laughed and encouraged you guys to fight with each other?
No,
Yeah,
I
of
didn't
course
make
I
any
did.
more
No
sense.
shit, it's fucking
that is
hilarious
my
to watch it.
claim.
No, your initial claim was that I instigated it.
you
You said
tried to pin her against-
you
you
said
are
just here.
arguing
You
in
said
a battle
we
of
were
semantics
joking.
and
No,
like,
no. Oh
Steve,
no,
I
Lab.
can't believe
Lab,
you're dying on
you
this
just
hill.
you just gave the example. You're like, we were all friends and cool, and then out of nowhere she started
Started to
attacking me, and it's
escalate,
because Steven
guys.
pinned
Oh,
us against
shit.
each other. That's what you said.
Wait.
Remember? Wait, now you're like, oh, your brain is working.
No.
At
Hold
high
on, because I
IQ.
knew because
fuck.
we both knew that there was
That was
some
bad.
like weird,
Bad
like
move.
obviously the people in the chat were trying to pin us against each other yesterday, but nothing happened. Like we were both like, "There's no
I think I
fighting."
can do none of this,
Even
though.
she posted in the chat like, "Guys, there's no competition. We're not fighting." Like there was clearly nothing. And then today, after she talks to you, there is something.
Hmm.
Where'd everybody go? Is something happening?
I'm moving them out so I can show my
Yeah, the
overlay on
room's-
screen.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought we were just...
the room's being cleared out.
Go ahead. You keep going.
Listen,
And
I didn't say
then-
anything. I didn't say anything until
Which
you
this is
guys were
fine,
fighting.
Steve.
I didn't say anything
I'll
until
be honest.
somebody said
I'll be honest,
you guys.
I don't care that
Somebody
much,
said that
but I
you were
love
no.
being
Oh,
right.
no.
Oh,
We're not
shit.
doing this. I don't care that much. I've made a false claim about me. Okay. I listened to you.
Wait,
I know you were mad
claim
because
is
I
not
listened
false,
to you.
babe.
Jessica, when
So,
was it on
fuck.
stream that Lav had her mini meltdown about you guys comparing the two or whatever? Do you remember? Was that 2 nights ago? No, it absolutely was because I listened to it on fucking KickVod. It was 3.5 hours into a KickVod. Somebody sent it to me, and they were like, "Oh, here's like Lav having another meltdown," and I'm like, "Okay," and I clicked this. This is like,
Where
was
I
this 2
said,
nights?
"Stop pinning us against each other. There's no beef."
Was this 2 days ago? 3 days ago? Do you remember how long ago this was?
I don't
Where
recall
I
how long ago
literally
this
said there was no beef, and then yesterday when she said there was also no beef.
Jessica, do you remember?
No, I literally have no
Steve,
idea when this
come
was.
on.
I gotta find this fucking who sent me this.
hold
Which
on,
one of you
hey.
fucking retards sent me this?
Oh look, Lav and I are now besties on the 11th. A retarded woman. This is just looking bad for you
Wait,
guys.
now
Like,
hold on, wait, just Nicole. I think
Victory
he might
lap.
be
Oh
right
no.
because I think that
Lav
was when I
W.
told Lav like, hey, if I knew.
Hold on, wait. What do you mean I think you may be right? Of course I'm right. Why the fuck would I make this up? This is all on the internet. I can't get away
Oh
with
my
lying
God,
about any
no.
of this. No shit.
I'm
Wait,
telling you 'cause he
no.
doesn't fucking remember.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's trying to jog my
wait, hold
memory.
on, Wolfgang.
Chill.
What is he right about? What is he right about?
So somebody left me a message in the
happened.
Discord where Jacob Balgaji
Oh,
is
I don't
saying
read the
at
messages.
Femoid is jealous that at a retarded woman got attention and it wasn't her. I think this is the message
And
that set
I
you.
said, stop trying to make beef. There is none. And she even agreed there was none.
Yeah, and then you went on to Jessica's stream and you were like complaining
And
about it
said,
for a few
stop
minutes.
trying to make beef. That
You
is
were
what I
mad.
said on the stream.
Yeah.
There's no
You
competition.
were mad. It wasn't just stop trying to make me. It was like, why are you pitting women against each other and blah blah blah. You were mad about it.
Yes, because there was no beef.
Then why did you have to join and say
Fuck.
there was no beef? That makes it sound like there kind of is
Fuck, I'm
beef.
so
Or you're
dumb.
upset that other people are trying to make beef.
You just Kafka trapped me? What do you mean?
Shit.
Cough could what?
I don't know. What's
You mean,
happening,
like,
to be honest.
oh, that sounds like someone where there actually is beef. Like me saying that there isn't. Yeah, that's exactly what a person would say when there was beef. That's retarded. There was nothing.
Close.
And then all of a sudden today, for the first
You
time,
going
she's rude
on to
me.
a stream and arguing for 3 to 5 minutes that you're really truly not upset and you don't know why the guys are trying to pin you guys against each other and there's definitely no beef makes it sound like somebody's really mad.
No, I
Yeah.
knew why.
That's a good
No,
move.
I knew why they were
So
trying to pin
legit.
us against each
No.
other, and it's because we're two women and we're in the same vicinity as each other. It
Two
was like a
women.
meme. It was a meme, and everyone knew it was a meme. And we were still friendly with each other and nice. And then
Huh.
today, she
How does
mentioned
that
she
though?
talked
Fuck.
to you. You
That's okay,
sent her
though.
that message, and now she was rude to me today.
Okay. I'm looking at the okay, so in chat, this was published on the
That's not good.
13th. And then you had your meltdown on Gisticle's channel on the night of the 13th. Somebody
Why are
told
you
me on
calling
the
it a meltdown?
somebody
I went
told
on
me
as a meme.
somebody
and
told me
said,
that's what
"Guys,
that's what it was
there's
reported to me and then I
nothing.
listened to it.
Stop,
Then
LOL,
somebody
keep
told me
What are we
on the
arguing about?
14th and I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, if you're going to fuck with Lau, I think that's funny as fuck. So keep doing it." That was it. That was the whole progeny of these events. That's the timeline. So
what
it
do
was
you think
after
my
you
claim
guys
is?
it was what?
What do you think my claim is?
Well, I don't know. You've pivoted to like 15 different things. I think now your claim is just
No,
that,
I
like,
didn't.
oh, when
Okay,
you heard
what
we
do you
were
think my
fighting,
claim
you
is?
encouraged it.
Yeah, so I said that you were pinning that you find sexual pleasure in pinning women against each other.
That's weird, Lav. You have no proof of that ever. So I don't know why
Really?
you.
Hey.
Because
Yes.
this says, I don't want to blow up your ego because fuck women, but you have freakishly perfect skin and an amazing body. You should always just post immediately after Lav until she kills herself.
Yeah,
Oh.
What would you
that's
call
me
that?
saying that I would say that she's hot, and I think it's funny to fuck with you, but I don't get off on it. What do you mean?
Okay, dude.
I don't-
Come on, Steve. Come on.
Come on, Steven.
Come on, what? What part of
You
that makes it
can-
sound like I'm jerking off
Come
to
on
them
me,
fighting?
baby. Come on me.
Fuck.
Are you okay? But anyway, so yeah,
Dude,
you were asked out on
I'm
the
doing
13th.
okay.
I chatted with her on
I
the
don't know
14th,
what
and then
you're
now on the
trying to
15th,
do.
you've accused me of like
Oh.
flipping the order of events around.
What
Also,
are you
here's another
talking
thing.
about?
Hold on. Here's another thing. If I was telling people to hate you, I would just say it. Every fucking thing I say and talk to somebody gets leaked anyway. Why the fuck would I try to hide? Why do you think I would lie about this? Like, if I was like, oh, you should hate this
Lie
person.
about what?
About whether or not I'm trying to make somebody hate you or not. That's what you do.
Steven.
How? I fucking pre-moved everything and oh god, point one. Kill yourself. All right. I don't know why they don't let you do that. Oh, you have to go back to tab.
Steven.
Yeah.
I don't want to blow up your ego because fuck women, but you have freakishly perfect skin and an amazing body. You should always just post immediately after Lav until she kills herself.
Yes.
So this is a joke, right? You don't actually want me to kill myself.
No, not really. That's hyperbolic.
Do you think when you pin someone against each other, you can do it even in jest?
You guys were already fighting with each other.
No, I'm telling you, and there are logs now to prove, no, we were not.
There are no logs to prove
Yes,
anything.
there are.
Here are what the logs are. On the 13th, Jacob called
Oh.
you jealous. There's a VOD of Gisticle with you going on to
Jacob-
argue with it.
Can you bring
on the
Jacob
next day, people tell me Lav is super fucking mad, and then I
Bring
have a
Jacob
chat,
on.
and then I have a chat with
Lav
my
is super
friend,
fucking
and we're like, oh, should you do this? Blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, you should do it. You look good, and it'd be fucking funny. Keep doing it.
Jacob
That's
is a
it.
troll. Jacob is a troll. Again, there's no beef.
Hold
we have
on, I'm
logs
sorry.
showing
How does
that we were both nice to each other.
Lav, I listened to you on Gisticle stream being ass mad. I listened to it. What, you can't take
Was
that
she
back?
being mad about
was
getting called jealous, or was
Oh
she
my God.
actually mad about like the other woman?
Yes, I was being mad that people were pinning us
Yes,
against each other,
see,
even
she
though
was
we
mad.
there was
Oh,
no
you
beef.
you lost, Steve. You fucking lost.
Lost what?
Like,
You
come
lost.
on.
Wait, lost what?
You didn't answer my question. Was she mad at getting called jealous, or was she mad at this other person?
She was mad about people being calling her jealous or whatever.
Yeah, but do you know that she was actually like getting mad about that? Like, do you know
Yeah,
that she
of
actually
course,
said anything?
of course.
Okay,
It's
because
like
it
one of the
sounds
most
like she's
sensitive
saying-
topics for fucking
'cause
Lab, of course.
I'll just
Yeah.
tell you,
What do
I'll
you
just tell
mean?
you right now that Jacob would say that with no provocation whatsoever.
Hold on, wait. That's publicly what Jacob
is a
said.
fucking weird
That's not
position
what
to be in.
privately people have said. There are other messages there too. I'm just going that publicly Jacob dropped that in chat, and
What
she
are
felt
you
so
talking
impugned
about?
by it that she had to go on to Discord later and argue about it.
I went on Discord to say, hey guys, I don't know why you stop pinning me and random women against each other. And then they even said yesterday, they were like, you should get into a lewd battle. I said, I'm not gonna
Fuck
fucking
me.
fight
so
with this
shit.
woman, get into a lewd battle for you fucking dysgenic weirdos. Like there was nothing. There was nothing. I even acknowledged that people were trying to start beef between us, and there was nothing, and that it was bothering me. And then you literally, even in jest, pinned us against each other, pinned her against me.
If it was bothering you, Lab, why do you think I would encourage it?
What?
If that was something that was bothering you, then why do you think I would encourage it? Because it's funny. There's no weird sexual
Yes, I'm not
fetish.
saying that-
There is no pinning women
Even
against
in
other women.
jest,
There is
that's
no
still
like
what you
crazy narrative. No, it's funny. It's funny to fuck with you because you go after women's looks harder than any other person I've ever known on the internet. So watching somebody else make you
Oh,
feel
okay, so we're
insecure about it,
pivoting now.
I think it's
We're
really
pivoting
fucking
now.
funny. No, this is all directly related because you've got this weird idea in your head that I get off from watching women fight with each other, which is really fucking strange. The reality is, it's just funny to watch somebody make you feel uncomfortable physically.
I don't want to
It's
blow up your ego because fuck women, but you have freakishly perfect skin and an amazing body. You should always just post immediately after live until she kills herself. Who could have thought that you got what crazy
funny
person
message.
would think that you get off on that? What that's
What
completely
part of
out
that
the
implies
question.
that I'm getting
That's so
off
insane.
on you guys fighting? I think she's hot, and I think it's funny to watch other people make you feel insecure because you
Yeah, but you
attack
think
women on
I'm
their parents
hotter,
all the
right?
time.
Right? Right, Stevie? Right?
Stevie.
Leia, that's an inappropriate question.
You'd just say no if it was
Oh
true.
my god.
Really? Would I? Or maybe I would just string you along, make you feel unsure about it.
Yeah, why would you want to string me along? You want to get the chance to finally fuck me?
No, because it's funny to watch you guys fight with each other. If I'm too mean to you, you might.
Oh,
be
'cause you like
ejected
it?
Again.
Oh, because you like it? You like
No.
watching us
Mm.
fight?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
It's
maybe I'll
funny.
get one win in this entire
Oh, it's funny.
Mhm.
Is that sort of like getting off on
fucking
it?
session. I've
No,
lost
getting
every
off
game since
implies
the
a
start
sexual
here.
enjoyment of something.
Oh, I think that there's definitely a sexual enjoyment.
I
Of course,
know.
I couldn't, unless we did like a phallometry test, I couldn't
Uh-huh.
really, have that for sure. But I think
okay.
it's perfectly normal. Like the average
Ugh.
person could make like a claim saying like, yeah, I think that this is what's happening. Like I think that it's pretty. That could
Yeah.
be clear to a lot
Do
of
I
people.
get off when I have like all of my like male orbiters fighting in my chat rooms and everything with them too, or do I only get off when the women do it?
I think you have a special relationship with
annoying.
making women in your life that you've hooked up with fight each other. The way that you tried to get me to fight Cherry, or the way that
Tried to get you to fight Cherry?
Yeah, like when you said she's on right now, and encouraged me to come on so that I could get mad at her, or
Okay.
you'd like feed Anna information
That was
about
silly.
other women, and all that. Like you, obviously, this is something that you do.
It's funny. It's funny to watch people fight each other. I provoke literally everybody to go on and fight each other. There's not a sexual component to it. I know it's hard for you to imagine this because your whole life revolves around your sexual value. But for
Okay,
other
wait,
normal
wait,
human
hold on.
beings,
Wait, this
it's actually
isn't
just funny to
because
watch
you
people
don't
fight.
stream-
Just because you've
Blondie
hooked up with
doesn't
somebody or
stream.
not doesn't mean that the only value you get out of any
Wait, hold
entertainment
on,
is
Steven.
sexual.
Blondie doesn't stream, so how are you watching it?
You have no idea what our friendship or anything looks like. You literally have no
So
idea.
you're just making us fight just like for your personal like laughs?
Personal laugh? There's a whole Discord server here laughing at you. There were 30 people in this room before I joined. What do you mean personal laugh?
No, like just
Well, I'm winning this
from
one at
you
least,
sending that
unless some
message. So
fucking
if
freak shit
if we're not
happens.
fighting on main, because we weren't, and if she doesn't stream with you, so you can't like put it up for an audience, so you don't have the audience to watch it, then it's just for you and your so you're just like laughing.
Why are you saying it's just for me when your fighting is happening in a majorly public Discord server? Can you explain that?
We did not fight until literally 30 minutes ago, Steven.
I just told you that there were messages in the Discord server of Jacob provoking you, and you went into Gisticle stream to talk about it. So no, it was already happening.
Oh my God, Steven. Are you actually this stupid, or are you like trying to make it confusing?
Oh my God, if you respond in an exasperated
fucking
voice to
vocal
every good
fry
point
is
that I make,
so
does that make my points not
Wait,
clear?
no,
Suicidal
wait,
thoughts
good
and
point. What was your point?
Good point. And then I'm going to restate it with a
God.
weird, confused voice. What? Are you trying to be dumb
What
right
was
now?
your point? Oh, you're
My point was that
losing
you guys were
bad,
already fighting publicly.
We weren't.
You literally,
We weren't,
Jacob
Steve.
was
We have
instigating.
already-
Jacob was instigating.
no,
You went
even
on to
when he was
Gisticle stream to
instigating-
cry about it.
Steven,
Do you disagree? Okay, let's
even
go one
when
at a point.
he
Let's go
was
one at a time. Let's go.
instigating,
Let's
we
go.
weren't
Let's do it one point at a time. Did Gisticle put messages in this chat implying that you were upset? Did that happen?
With people, not with her, with people trying to pin us
Yeah, maybe
against
not
each
the best
other
move.
when there was no
It's actually
beef
fine.
at all.
I'm gonna ask the same
Yesterday,
question
there
when
was
you
no
finish
beef
whatever
at all.
weird thing you're on right now. Let me know when you're done.
What?
She's answering your question directly.
No, she's not answering my question. Are you dating her too, Gisticle?
I'm
Are you the
not.
real Coomer?
I'm not.
Oh my God!
Holy
Don't
Listen,
tell
man,
Kelly.
I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't
no.
send those messages
man.
from your Instagram.
So let me restate the really clear. Let me restate the really clear thing. Okay, it was Jacob. Okay, posting messages in this Discord saying that you two seem to be fighting with each other.
It was a troll. It was based off of nothing.
Okay, but he sent
were
that
not
message. He
fighting.
sent. He did.
What a
I'm just
fucking
trying to establish
scammer.
facts. Did he send that message?
Stalling in a
Yes.
bullet game.
Okay. And then afterwards, did you go on to stream that night to
Oh, that's a
complain
bad move.
about people pitting you against other people or people fighting with you or objectifying you guys or whatever? Did you go on and complain on Gisticle stream about that?
Yes, because
Fuck's
we
happening
weren't.
Okay. So if those two things happen, and I see and hear about both of those things, and then somebody approaches me and they're like, hey, what do you think about this thing? And I'm like, I think it's really fucking funny when Lab is mad as fuck. Keep fucking with her. That's a pretty easy narration to follow from A, B to C
Okay,
without
yes.
there being
So
any
that's one
weird
thing.
sexual perversion involved. Yes.
Yeah, so that's one thing.
Yeah.
And then you hear about it, and then you send the
Sexual
message to her saying,
perversion.
I don't want to
That's
blow up
you
your
guys.
ego because fuck women, but you have freakishly perfect skin and an amazing body. Please make this a coffee pasta. And you should always just post immediately after Lav until she kills herself.
Yes,
My
because she's
claim
beautiful. Because
originally
she's beautiful,
is
and that
that
makes you
you
really
think-
insecure. So I think it's funny when she posts
No, it
pictures
doesn't.
because it does. It obviously
No,
it does. Lev,
Okay,
you wear your
so now
insecurities
you're-
harder
now
than
there's
every other
now
person in the
there's another
universe.
claim that you're making.
That's not another claim. It's all part of why it's funny to watch them troll you. Yes.
Steve, I'm not, no. Let me tell you just no.
What's happening?
You know how arrogant I am. I don't think that anyone's in competition with me, ever. I think I'm the hottest girl alive. I get in a lot of trouble for thinking I'm the
Oh,
hottest
how to
girl
move
alive.
I understand that you're
I don't
saying
care.
that. Yes. Okay.
In fact,
but
when
people
she
that attack
posted
other
nudes
people's
before,
people
When
that
she
attack
posted
other
nudes, when she
people's. I know
posted
you're
nudes
controlling her.
before,
I gotta leave trying to play insane.
I
I'm muting her real quick. Okay?
literally gassed her
Whenever
up. I said,
people are
"Ma-
attacking people on their appearance, it's really obvious
Oh
why
my
they're
God.
doing it. It's because they're super insecure about it. I don't think I've ever seen an individual post more makeup-less pictures of women on Twitter than you, Lav. I know
Wait,
you
you're
do this.
talking
I
about
know
wait,
you're
you're talking
super
about me
insecure
and
about
Lauren
it. I've
Delaguna,
watched you
and
do it
Lauren
to Lauren.
Delaguna
I've watched you do it to
I thought she
Pixie.
was
I've
prettier
watched
than
you
me.
do it to maybe Cherry. I've watched you do this to so many different people on Twitter.
Didn't do it with
And you do it
Cherry.
over and over
Never
again. You
talked about the way
obsess.
that
You
Cherry looked.
obsess over posting pictures of women without makeup or whatever and calling them ugly. So when somebody else is
No,
making you
hold
feel
on.
insecure about it, especially
Wait,
when it
hold
looks
on.
good,
You're
I think
talking
that's
really
really
fast?
fucking funny. And
You're
I'll sit there and I'll
talking
enjoy it
really
and I'll laugh
fast?
and I will encourage it.
So
So
people
if
are
in the
going to take
future
what you say
somebody
as
else
fact.
posts
respond to you at
pictures
some
and it's like
point.
really funny, then I'll say like, oh yeah,
You're,
keep doing
no,
it.
no,
I
no,
think it's
hold
fucking
on. You're
hilarious.
talking really fast, so people take what you say as fact. One, I have posted many photos of Lauren De Laguna. That fight started because out of nowhere, she said that she was hotter than me. So I posted a photo about her, right? Then I posted a photo of Pixie last week because she called me ugly. And then I said, "You're calling me ugly. This is what you look like." So for you to act like I'm like I do this more than
Wait,
any
what did Pixie say to Lav? I remember this because I was there. I was there when this happened. This was a banger tweet. Hang on, where is it?
Remember the Holodomor?
Nellis D, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. Am I even gonna get to see this? Because it's because Lav has me blocked. Ooh. Probably still see it in replies though, eh? Hmm. Where was this? What was the cycle here? So it started here, right? These aren't feminists. One is libertarian, almost ideologically at odds with feminism. One is constantly lost in the conversation, retarded. And one is doing the best she can, but thinks her life will be easier through sex work, which might be true. Who are they talking about? Who's she talking about? The self-hating contradictory known as a walking mess feminist wants to call me retarded. Check in the mirror first, please. I like when people at me if they have the balls to insult me. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. I understand feminist praxis outside of centering males and liberal. Oh no. The fucking beret hat is talking again. Oh shit. No, the fuck you don't. You're known as live streaming's biggest pick me and the 9/11 of feminism. You're ugly inside and out, and that's why you have an incessant need to tear down every woman in this space. Holy shit, bro. Last post giving attention to this, Lav. I sincerely hope you work on yourself and get better as a person. I'm off to do some meaningful work. Damn. Damn.
other person is one wrong, and two, I gassed up this blonde girl the whole time that I've known her.
Hold on. Do you
So I
want to
don't know what
pull
the
this
fuck you're
Discord to
talking
see if
about.
people have the feeling that you attack people on their appearance as a woman more than almost anybody else in this community?
Is that
There's no fucking way because I make
Oh,
fun of
then let's
people
just pull
for
it. Yeah,
being
let's just pull
short.
it. Who knows? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just my impression then.
I make fun of people for being short, estrogenic, men for being estrogenic all the fucking time. I make fun of everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
But I still don't
Equal
understand how
opportunity
pivoting to
ass kicker.
this makes my claim less true that is that you tried to pit her against each other for maybe I'll recant.
I'm
I'll
not
say for
trying
your
to pit
enjoyment.
anybody. You guys
You
were
weren't getting
already
off
at
on
each
it.
other. I had
Just
already
for your
heard that.
enjoyment.
The whole world, I can't believe as a Coomer I'm saying this, the whole world doesn't revolve around sex and getting off on things. Sometimes it's just fun to watch people fight with each other.
Okay, so I just said that I will revise it to your enjoyment instead of getting off on it.
Well, then I would just say, yeah, it is really funny, and I do enjoy it. But
Okay,
I
well,
didn't
that's not-
start it. I'd already heard that this was happening. Now, you might tell me that, well, no,
I
we're actually
didn't
super
say
cool.
that you started
That's
it. I said
okay.
he's treating me different
see
now
the
that you
goat,
guys
I know
have
that.
talked, which is true.
Play.
That's not on me. She does shit in here.
Well,
I'm
no,
not her
I
fucking
know that
boss
that's
or
not.
keeper.
You obviously didn't control her, but then you talking to her about me.
What do you mean talking to her
definitely
about you? That was literally like the only thing I said.
Huh.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you mean interesting?
Interesting.
So I'm just going to say really quickly, the only real disagreement here for me so far is Lav, you haven't provided any evidence that Destiny gets off on
That
this.
was not the best
He
move.
clearly was trying to pitch you against each other, and he's saying it was for fun because he thought it was funny.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I can't like literally the way that I said earlier, like that I can't prove this without doing like fallometry is like true. Like you just can't prove this. But from the multiple, from what I know about Steven, the stories that he's told me and told publicly about finding sexual dynamics, very toxic sexual dynamics, very sexy for him, like pinning his ex-wife against like their coworker or something, pinning Melina and Anna together, me and Cherry, now me and this blonde girl. Like it seems like it could be sexual in nature. I think there's a strong argument for it, but no, I can't prove it without fallometry.
What it pinning people against each
Damn. The feminist connoisseur here, ascribing sex as a motivation when she has no proof. We love it.
All right, I'm in Gooch Etzion. That's the sea. That's the sea. Over there is Tel Aviv. That's the sea that you f***ers are talking about. Walk with me. That's the river. Over there, past Jordan, is the river.
God, it's so small. Gooch. Gooch Etzion.
All right, that's the river. That's the sea. From the river to the sea. And I'm on the high mountains. First of all, you're not getting all this, you You think you're getting from the river to the sea? That's not happening. And this idea of two-state solution, if we give you this, you see what you're on top of? You think you give terrorist cocksuckers a view of Tel Aviv, a view of Jerusalem, to shoot and shit at the people of Israel? It's not fucking happening. There's no giving of rivers. There's no giving of you dumb fucks, you.
This guy's insane. This guy's a fucking lunatic. Jesus.
each other.
Yes. Are you saying that you didn't do that now?
I don't think I've ever said that there's like a sexual component to it. You understand that, like,
You have said that,
there are so many
but-
people on my stream that fight with each other, that I instigate to fight with each other, that I like watching fight with each other. There doesn't have to be a sexual component to it. It's just funny. It's content. There wasn't a sexual component when Max came in to fight with any of the people that he did. When I tell Forth to come in and fight with
this is
Lycan.
what I came in. So this is the first thing I said to you. I said, when I came out about you and I said some of the things that I thought were unethical about your behavior, this is before, whatever, before it became like a bigger thing. For that
Yeah, the dad from Atypical. What the fuck, man? He's actually, he's insane. He's so toxic. Isn't it crazy that you can actually just see all of it from one vantage point? Like Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, the river, the sea. Fuck me, man. Size of New Jersey, really. That's what I've heard. That's a cute meme. Cute meme. Good one. All right. Unbanned Stardust. That was not Stardust, okay? That was a different person. People putting Gaza on maps of where I live now. What? Interesting. I don't know what that means, but okay. Sorry to hear that, or I'm happy to hear that. What I don't know what it means. They're also not banned. Are they timed out? What happened? Fuck, man. I need to figure out a better thing for when I'm doing stream routine, because right now I need to go and get food, and I don't want to just leave the stream on for like an hour while I'm going and cooking and fucking making it. I might start doing meal prep for streaming. Maybe I'll have to do that. I might just have to meal prep for stream. For some reason, there are more viewers coming in now. I don't know why. Did someone end stream? I don't fucking know. I've only streamed for 4 hours, but I feel like I've also started later. Maybe I should start earlier. Just trying to think about how I want to do my streaming schedule. Uber Eats, no. I could either meal prep on Sundays, or I could do fucking oven and microwave food, like pre-made stuff. Because I only need to have one meal to stream for 8 hours and some snacks. So I could just meal prep for one meal. I could just make 7 meals for the week. Doable. Or stream your cooking. Yeah. What would I do? I usually make bolognese. I could just make bolognese and then just cook the pasta, and that just takes like 10 minutes, and just eat that on stream. That's probably what I'll do. I'll just meal prep bolognese. That's what crock pots were for. Yeah, I mean, I've got a big pot, so. But I've got my segment today, and I've got one from yesterday, so yeah, it looks like we're doing all right. I don't know why. I'm still so tired from coming back from America. I don't know why. That just completely fucked my brain. No, I usually do cook like a week's worth of bolognese. I've done that before. And that just means I need to make pasta for 10 minutes. That's fine. So I'll do that. It's easy enough. It takes like an hour to do that. Okay. Still jet lagged. I don't know if it's jet lag or if it's just adjusting to the whatever, dude. Don't care. You've been hooked on high fructose corn syrup. Oh yeah, because corns are all the American food, isn't it? The food there was all right. The Chick-fil-A was all right. Did you see Destiny's response to Badar? He doesn't consider neighbor knock a human shield scenario. I mean, the Israeli Supreme Court called it human shielding. I think there's also some dispute over how voluntary it was. It seems that the Supreme Court argued that it couldn't be voluntary. Commit to the Destiny waiting room. Well, I'm probably going to go to the gym after food today, and then I'll come back and maybe stream at nighttime, because I still want to read some more. I maybe want to read Benny Morris's critiques of Finkelstein. That might be interesting. I don't know, I just feel like there isn't that much video content to react to lately. Like, we had the Zegzizi one just because it was sent to me in chat, but I don't know, like, normally there's some kind of like video essay or like some kind of news channel that has something, or like a Legal Eagle or some shit. Yeah, normally there's a bit more to talk about, but I don't know. Chick-fil-A's overrated. The lemonade's not. The lemonade's banging. The Traveling Israel one. Will react to the Vosh drama response when it comes out. I might as well, because, well, we're going to see, because today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, my Vosh take is going to go onto my live channel, and we'll just see, because I might get thrown into the front lines with my take. Oh, God. Because I very much did take the position. Do you think a baby was put into the oven in Deir Yassin? I don't think there's any evidence of it. Like, I think it's like I mean, it could be, because it's an old rumor. It's like, it's not a rumor that emerged decades later. It's something that was said at the time but I just don't know. I just don't know if it's true. We know for a fact, one kid was killed in their mother's arms in Dare You Scene. That did happen. Like some fucking 15-year-old. You always have the Ask Project. I know you fucking adore the Ask Project, David, but but for now, I'm gonna go vibe, okay? Do you still watch Perrin? Yeah. Go back to playing Nasrallah speeches while you play chess, obviously. Ephraim Karsh and the New Historians. Karsh is he's just weird. He's very much where Traveling Israel gets his shit from. Yeah, Karsh is just biased as fuck. He's shit. He's dog shit. There's so many better people you could cite for that stuff, like the pro-Israel thing. Anyway. Thoughts on Navalny dead? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, apparently he wasn't like a great person and all that, but as far as, it just goes to show you how fucking brutal the Russian regime is and how difficult it is to expect the locals to be the ones to fucking throw it out. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not good. Discord drama vid. What? What? You already watched it. This is from.
All right. Well,
it's
I
for
guess.
chat. Oh.
Where's my?
VDS is real. I mean, he did do some pretty wacky shit. I don't know. Whatever. I'm fucking off. Okay. I'll maybe be back later this evening. Maybe not. I might also just have to do some work behind the scenes. All right. Love you guys. Go over to Chad Logic, or you want to go in the VC to rant about Barney Morris. Okay, Sundowner, you can do that. Take care, guys. Bye 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 bye. Bye, asshole. Whoa. Whoa. I hate that person. Thank God her mom's hot. All right, bye bye.